Welcome to the second day of the Central Valley Birding Symposium. It's our 25th Central Valley Birding Symposium, and we are virtual this year. So I'm David Yee, and I'll be your host for the day, along with Jen Hodge, who is helping with all of the tech aspects of our event. There's Jen, and the two of us will be on to help you folks out. I just first want to say welcome to those of you that are brand new. We started yesterday, but I know it was, some of you may not have been able to get on yesterday for various reasons like work. So if you are joining today for the first time, welcome. And if you are joining from the very first time ever, if this is your first time in attendance with the Central Valley Birding Symposium, especially for those of you who are brand new, welcome. And we hope you have a wonderful time with us. Of course, we would have preferred it to be virtual. I mean, in live, but it's virtual this year. And so we will do the best we can and have a great time. Like I said yesterday, for those of you that are brand new, when you attend and register for this event, you automatically become a member of the Central Valley Bird Club. Yes, we are an actual club. Been around as long as this event. The club and the event got started together 25 years ago. And I don't know if you can see this. Yeah, and so you'll be getting in the mail this quarterly journal right here. Oh, there it is. Anyway, you'll be getting Central Valley Birds and wonderfully edited and put together by Dan Airola with a lot of assistance from Francis. And it says my internet connection is unstable. Okay. Sorry if you kind of lost me there for a second. If you have any questions, if something is going on, you're just not able to figure things out, or you're losing, or it just doesn't make sense, you should have received an email that has a couple phone numbers and emails on them. Be sure to get in touch with those two people. Lily, who's actually right here in front of me. There's a group of us together. Lily Douglas, as well as Cliff Hawley, will help you out. Again, if you are even right now, you can't hear, or something is messing up on you, or you're just not quite sure of the programming, and you have questions, give them a call or get in touch with them by email. Usually at this time in the live event, before the upcoming program, you folks would have all been out on a field trip. And I always would ask, how was it? And what were some of the great birds that you have seen? And we would spend a little bit of time going over all the wonderful field trips that we would have just been on with a lot of our wonderful field trip leaders, but not so today. So I can only hope that you got out this morning. It was at least here in the Stockton Lodi area. It's beautiful. No fog, nice bright sunshine. So hopefully most of you were able to get out and do a little birding this morning. And would love to have heard if you found anything good, but maybe you can even just kind of, chat that in or something, that you had some really neat birds, even regular birds that you're seeing that you're just going like, wow, this is kind of fun. Speaking of a lot of neat birds, this has been a phenomenal fall for vagrants, especially on the coast. I think it's been kind of average, maybe even below average for the Central Valley here. But what is going on with all of these rarities on the coast? It is like 30 years ago. It's stunning to me, especially in Southern Cal, just all of the amazing vagrants that are still showing up almost on a daily basis. What's going on with all the pine warblers on coastal Cal? I mean, they're always on the coast, but just so many. And just everything, just a lot of really good vagrant warblers this fall. It's just, there's something happening. I haven't heard any, reasoning for it or some kind of hypothesis of why this year compared to past years, but it's been quite phenomenal. And also I hope you're getting out, and it looks like this whole thing that's happening with all the vagrants, as well as just unusual things, is continuing well into the current time. One thing that I kind of mentioned yesterday that I miss. I know, I'm here with this group right here. I'm here with the Symposium committee, and right at the table with me right now is Pat Piketty and Francis Oliver and Lily Douglas with Jen Hodge just in the back room here. How difficult it is and how disappointing it is that we cannot get together as a group. It's really neat for me just to have them right here. It just gives a little bit of the family feeling, of the, us together kind of feeling that we always get when we attend the annual Central Valley Birding Symposium. But just a couple things that I really was thinking about last night after the event ended is I really count on this event annually to see some friends that I just don't see. In fact, if I don't see them at this annual event, I probably don't see them at all. And that is the case. So here it is 2 years without this event. And there's just a ton of people that I see, I feel very, very close with and very fond of. And I know that's a challenge for all of us, but a person that comes to mind real quick, just immediately, is Tim Manolis. So Tim, if you're on, I just want to let you know that I miss seeing you, dear friend, you and Annette. I think many of you know, but some of you probably don't know that it was Tim's idea to form a bird club more than 25 years ago here in the Central Valley. And it was my wife, Sue, and I that also kind of came up with the idea of a Central Valley Bird Festival. And it was, 25 plus years ago that the three of us were kind of just together. We were working on a project together, and we came up with the idea of a bird club / bird festival, combine them. And I remember those days well, Tim. Tim always has a vendor booth out on the mezzanine at the Hilton, and he's selling all his artwork, especially these amazing eggs of the bird on one side and the egg pattern on the other. A wooden thing, and Tim would have them for sale there as Christmas gifts. They're an ornament essentially. Really miss that, Tim, and so hope that we can get together again next year and catch up with you and then see your wonderful eggs. Another person that really comes to mind is Joan Humphrey. So Joan, if you're online, miss seeing you. Haven't seen you for now a couple of years. I remember back when we were first getting this whole thing together. I called you there in Davis and I said, Joan, please, will you be on the board? We need a woman presence. It's amazing. 25 years ago, that was a big deal. It still is a big deal. I shouldn't say it's not still a big deal, but as I said, I am surrounded now by women. It's kind of a little bit like, where are the guys? Cliff, I wish you were here. But no, a lot has changed in 25 years. And at the time, I remember, Joan, it was like, if you could add your presence, not only you as a gifted birder and your organizational skills, but you as a woman. That was a real important thing 25 years ago. Of course, a lot has changed in 25 years. I would say women are the strength of this organization now, which is wonderful and probably should be that way around the world, right? But anyway, I miss a lot of you. I know a lot of you just missed this event. I'm glad we can at least do it this way virtually. It's still something to show that we are still together, we're still going forward, and hopefully in the next year, things will be so that we can get together. If you have any kind of questions going on, again, put them in the Q&A box. Any kind of comments or what's going on, put it in the chat thing there. We're paying attention to that. We're gonna take a little bit of a break here to get ready for the bird panel, the bird ID panel. And so we're gonna take a little bit of time just to break away to get that kind of set up. So be sure to come back or stay online, don't turn your computer off. Get started at 1:30. It is always one of the highlight events that we do every year is the Bird ID panel. And as always, it's going to be, hosted. The main facilitator will be Ed Harper and his amazing photographs. And we have a wonderful new slate of a bird panel, ID panel that will be on there. So it should be really, really good. So we're gonna take a break here for a moment, get that thing set up, and we'll get that on at 1:30. So see you soon. Welcome back, everybody. Before we get to the ID panel here in a couple of minutes, I just want to, again, for today, for Saturday, just acknowledge our sponsors that have so graciously helped us out again. First, I'd like to acknowledge Swarovski Optic. Thank you, both Clay and Bruce with Swarovski, for your constant support, the way that you help us out in so many different ways with tech support and financially and your presence. Again, which we could have had a live booth for you guys, but we are always appreciative of what you guys do. And Swarovski Optic, if you are looking for the very best optic, binocular or scope, Swarovski is definitely the ticket. We want to again, just thanks again for the California Joint Venture Group. You guys are so wonderful in what you do. Lily Douglas, who's right here in front of me, and she'll be talking a little bit later this afternoon about joint venture, since she is the coordinator, I guess the assistant coordinator. She wants to, I think she's the main gal, don't you? Oh, don't say that. She's the assistant. She's giving me the bad luck. But thanks again for your generous donation this year. You guys have gone above and beyond in helping us out this year. And finally, I want to really just acknowledge Out of This World Optics, or Out of This World, over there in Mendocino County, a wonderful store, but they also have a wonderful website. And James and Marilyn have been a constant at our event. They are birders, they understand birders' needs. And if you have any kind of need, binocular-wise, scope-wise, tripod-wise, camera adapter, you get in touch with them. Again, they have been a wonderful supporter of our event. They always have a big booth at our event. Since they don't have that, they have helped us out with a financial donation, and they're giving all of our registrants a 10% discount on anything you purchase from now until February. So thanks again, Marilyn and James, and those of you at Out of This World. Also want to acknowledge Yellow Bill Tours. Yesterday, Rich Semino was supposed to go on. I'm sorry, Rich, that did not work out. We'll see if maybe we can somehow get you in today, somehow, some way. But if not, you have been with Yellow Bill Tours, a wonderful supporter of our event. Thank you. And thank you for always being such a positive, welcoming, very, very wonderful person. You're truly a kind person, and just not seeing you at our event is something we're all missing out on. So let me give a quick introduction so that Ed and company can kind of get going here. And this is the way it works. There is someone that moderates the program, and we have our own Ed Harper. Ed has been forever with this organization, our event. He has always been the one that has facilitated this. That's because not only is he one of the premier birders in North America, he's also one of our premier bird photographers. And so he uses his own photos. He knows exactly what he's trying to present. And he presents it in a very educational way, a series of photos, and that our panelists will then attempt to identify. And what it is for us as the viewers is that we can kind of just process along with them. And it is just a really, really good learning tool, using the amazing photographs of Ed and his ability to kind of educate us, because Ed is a former educator himself. He's a retired math teacher from American River College. And then with our very, very talented panelists, they then will tell us what they're thinking as to why they're going to the direction they are. And again, just helps us to kind of just process along with them. Our illustrious panel is, and I really want to make a note of this, it has always been like pulling teeth to get new members on the ID panel. I think part of it is that since we're virtual, we were able to get people, they're not out birding. So like, yeah, I guess I'll kind of do this for a couple hours and then I can shoot out into the field again. I really believe that's been one of the challenges was getting people on the ID panel just because, you know, they have a conflict of interest. They're out birding or doing something. But we've always wanted to have, number one, young birders on, and number two, as equally is female birders to contribute on the ID panel. And wouldn't you know it, we go virtual and we get it. So maybe there's something to that. We needed at least one veteran. And this year it's John. So thank you, John, for being on the ID panel. We really enjoyed your program yesterday that you gave, but here you'll be the veteran on the ID panel. And then we have three brand new members. First is Linda Pittman. Linda, she's a personal friend. She's been on our Symposium committee forever. Linda is a hardcore county bird chaser in the state of California. She lives in Wilton, which is in eastern Sacramento County, but she travels the state. She is a fellow horse gal and a real outdoors gal. Thank you, Linda, for being on it. And then our two young birders are Lynette Williams. I met Lynette one time with her and Conchu. Well, one time. And it was this, it's been a lasting impression, Lynette. You are not only an amazingly good birder, you are one of the most sweetest, educating, you just have this love for education, and it came across so strongly that one time I met you at the Airola Basin there. So thank you for being on the committee or on the panel here. I know you're a UC Davis grad and you currently work as a field biologist doing censuses out in the field, especially in my own San Joaquin County on Staten Island, you and Conchu. So thank you. And finally, Emmett. Emmett is, I think, Emmett, you're still in college, correct? Yeah, Sac State or UC Davis?
Oh, I'm not unmuted. I'm transferring to Humboldt next fall. So.
Oh, really? Wonderful. Well, Humboldt County's gain and the Central Valley's loss, but thank you, Emmett. I know you're the current eBird reviewer for Yolo County. So, and Yolo County is one of the premier counties here in the Central Valley. So thank you for participating. And
a lot of photos to actual experts.
You'll do good. I'm gonna go hand it on over to Ed. Thanks again, Ed, for doing this. We're looking forward to it.
Okay, we'll get started on this then. First of all, I'd like to thank you, David, for the nice introduction, and also thanks to each of you on the panel for your willingness to serve. It will be a lot of fun. Going virtual this year is a challenge, but we will prevail. I do hope that next year we will be able to gather again as we've done in the past. Great people, wonderful times, and inspiring salute to birds and birding. So let's see if I move through here now. Okay, there's the next image. I hope everybody can see that. Here we go. Anyway, identifying photos of birds can be confoundingly confusing, even with good photos. I think you all know that. Is this photo right here taken after sunset, or is it early morning before sunrise? You really can't tell, can you? Actually, it's 5:24 a.m. On June 13th in Montana. When we bird, we're hopefully aware of our location, the calendar date, and the expected species from local checklist. Also, we list many other cues such as habitat, vocalizations, and behavior. This program is intended to be a way to learn more about birds rather than to embarrass you. Please don't feel too frustrated if you miss on the correct ID. Now, if you can correctly identify this bird, you should be on the panel. It's a wood warbler I photographed in Finland. I show it simply to remind myself to tell you that all the birds that are presented in this ensuing program are birds that I have seen in California. A few are rare, but many are old friends in need of a few additional notes on field marks or behavior. And we will strive to share with you the process, the way we go about doing this, of determining the correct ID. Many, but not all the birds you see will have been photographed either in California or Montana. Let's get acquainted with the process we're going to use right now. I'm going to be showing a series of 5 birds. Number 1 being relatively easy. After all, we don't want anyone to come to tears on this. For example, here's this red-tailed hawk. That's a fairly straightforward ID, but we can still talk about things like aging, like its eye color, other characteristics that we might have in the ID. Then we'll progress to difficulty to number 5, the most challenging of the set. Here we are again, another red tail, but the image leaves us with fewer cues. I'm sure our panel is up to the task. So let's get started here. Looks like good country here for maybe raptors. So let's start off with some raptors. I'll show you the 5, then we'll go back and start with number 1. So here's number 1. Here's number 2, number 3, number 4, and number 5. So we see we're looking at raptors that are all perched, and none of them are in flight here. So we'll go back and start with number 1. So hopefully most of us will get at this, but let's see what we can learn about it. All right, who's going to take this one first? We'll start with Linda. Why don't you start with this?
Well, I decided to just jump in because I think that these are a raptor that breed here in the Sacramento area. In fact, probably in my yard every year. I'm not sure that this is an adult thing, but it's pretty spangly. Technical bird term there, spangly, with a banded tail. And so I'm going to blurt out where I think I am, and that would be red-shouldered hawk. I could be wrong.
I think you'll find someone else that'll back you up on that. Anybody else, any other additional comments on this bird before we leave it?
Yeah,
Anybody
I
else?
think for a red-shouldered hawk, you can see that there's no feathers on the tarsus, which doesn't help us with a red tail, but it can point away from something a little bit less common. The other thing might be an accipiter, but it doesn't look right for an accipiter. You can kind of see some rufous outlines on the scapulars and some of those secondary coverts kind of peeking over.
Okay, and you've got it. This red-shouldered hawk was photographed on January the 22nd at Calusa National Wildlife Refuge. Number 2.
Ed, can we back up?
Sure.
I had my hand raised, but I don't
Oh, I
know
didn't
what
see it. I'm sorry.
visible in that. Let's comment on the age, which is juvenile. You can see the markings just a little bit on the sides, and there's not that bluish color in the upper parts, which an adult has. You can actually see the red and or the rufous in the marginal coverts. And the markings below are heavy and with a reddish tint to them. This is the subspecies elegans, the Pacific red shoulder, which has flies like an accipiter with quick wing beats. If you go to the eastern part of North America, the red shoulders have longer wings and don't fly with as much of the accipiter type wing beat. I believe we may consider it this year or next year a potential split of the eastern red shoulders from the California elegans, the Pacific elegans, which are really quite different in a number of ways, but not in their vocalizations.
Good remarks, John. Really appreciate that. All right.
If I could add one thing about the shape of the bird.
Mhm.
So this bird, when I first saw it, it often will look like an accipiter, but something that strikes me right away is it's very broad. Like its shoulders are very broad, and it could be a trick of the posture, and it could be a trick of the angle, but those broad shoulders would push you towards a buteo rather than an accipiter.
Thank you, Lynette. Another good remark on that. Moving on to number 2. Do I see a hand up for anybody there that wants to take this one? Okay, John,
Well,
I'm looking for your hand.
I don't mean to, anyone else want to take it? I just react to it as when you're out looking at hawks, bootios in particular, which this is, keep in mind it's a red tail unless proven otherwise, at least the approach I take. And if you guess red tail every single time, well, I know in the Central Valley there's pockets of Swainson's hawks and that breed. You'll be right most of the time, and this hits me as a red tail. Now, as to why, I see it looks very broad in the shoulders. The other bootios tend to be a little more streamlined. I see pale in the scapulars, the longest scapulars, which is always a good sign for a red tail. The bill's fairly hefty. I don't see an obvious yellow sear. I look at the tail, we're seeing the upper side of the tail there. I don't see any rufous, but the bird looks maybe, and I can see some new incoming feathers. So my best guess is probably a red tail about a year old and molt, looking pretty bedraggled, maybe even missing feathers, flight feathers. And when I always guess red tail, sometimes you stay longer with the bird. Raptors are always easier in flight, which this isn't, but it hits me as a red tail.
And on John, anybody else on this? This red-tailed hawk was photographed on the 29th of June near Butte, Montana, up in the mountains.
So Ed, it's a year old.
That's correct. Exactly right. Number 3.
Can take a crack at this.
Okay, Emmett, let's let you go, and then we'll have it, Lynette follow up. Okay.
So obviously we're looking at a buteo. It's a dark morph. You can see that it's feathered down to the feet through the tarsus. So that's gonna eliminate a Swainson's hawk. And then that bill looks pretty small and almost kite-like to me, which would point away from a red tail or a ferruginous. And I've only seen maybe 2 dark morph rough legs in California. So I'm gonna guess that this is a rough-legged hawk photographed in Montana.
You know me too well. Lynette.
And I agree with everything Emmett said. And one more thing that you can look at is the tail has kind of that barring. So if this was a dark morph ferruginous or whatnot, the tail would be mostly white. So that's what I would look at. But really the clincher for me is those feathered tarsi. I mean, they're called rough-legged for a reason.
Any other comments on that? You guys
Yeah.
are good.
I'm gonna insert here, since we're gonna talk about age. Particularly, this is such a good photo. You can see it has a dark rather than pale eye, so it's an adult, and that corresponds what you can see with the tail. A juvenile would have a white. You're seeing the outer tail feathers there, and a juvenile would have the whole base of the tail would be whitish with a darker, broad dark band at the tip. This has a narrower dark band with at the tip with multiple dark bands, which Tom Cade, a half century ago or more, adults can be sexed, and the multiple dark bands and the white field indicate it's likely a male. Females tend to show more of a juvenile type tail. So adult male dark morph.
Right on. And this adult male dark morph rough-legged hawk was photographed on the 18th of December near Ennis, Montana, on a Christmas bird count. Here's number 4. These hawks can be kind of confusing. So do I see anybody's hand up on this one? Linda, what do you have?
No, I don't know what it is. but it doesn't have feathering on the legs, so we can eliminate 2 of the hawks, so probably not rough-legged or ferruginous. Well, it's got kind of a bit of a belly band, and really contrasty white and brown markings, light head. So I'm still not really sure what it is, but based on your alternate birding site, I'm thinking I would consider a broadwing. But like I said, I think I've seen half a dozen of them in my life, so I'm just wildly guessing here.
This is a tough bird for sure to identify. Like I had to look at it multiple views myself before I identified it. John.
Well, when we guess at a identification, we use every clue we might have. So Linda looked right away at the legs, which is good, and that eliminates rough leg. I looked at the very green grass and thought this is likely Montana, and therefore when a rough leg would be around, the grass wouldn't be green. But it does have the small billed look of a rough-legged hawk. So I'm thinking this is the spring or the summer, probably the spring, because the grass isn't very tall. And I'm thinking maybe late May, June, but the bill is, again, the bill looks small. If you notice the way the dark sort of coalesces on the sides of the breast, like a bit of a band beginning to make an appearance, and it shows a good supercilium with clear cheeks. I think this is likely a 1-year-old Swainson's hawk, which come up north, and they can be bedraggled and be quite confusing when they sit. A broadwing's a good guess, although broadwings typically don't sit out in the open, in a bare open area like that. And the markings on the belly aren't really right for a broadwing. So I'm guessing a year-old, second-year Swainson's hawk.
And Lynette.
Yeah, I would like to agree with John. And the first thing that I looked at for this bird was the bill, because immediately I can kind of tell it's Montana because it's got this big pasture, it's got this beautiful blue mountain in the back. And for something like a ferruginous hawk, the gape would go back past the eyes, and I can see that this has a gape that ends right before the eye. So immediately that makes me think that it's either rough-legged, Swainson's, or red-tailed. And it's not a rough-legged because I looked at the feet and it doesn't have that feathering on the feet. So the tarsi, I suppose. So then that would narrow it down to red-tailed or Swainson's for me. And that band is just, it's indicating Swainson's, but I mean, I would like to see some other angles.
Well, you guys are all correct on this thing as being an immature, well, first year, let's say. Swainson's hawk photographed near Three Forks, Montana on the 30th of June. I selected different photos from this, and you can barely see next to the fence post there a piece of the long primary that extends beyond the tail, which is always a good mark for Swainson's hawk as well. You can barely make that out there, but you know, I'm kind of tricky at times, so there we go. But great remarks you guys made. Let's move on to the next one. This is not a photo I took. It was taken by a friend of mine, Harold Zelikowski from Bozeman, Montana. It was in an eBird report, and it got knocked around in eBird quite a bit by people that were unhappy with the identification. Went back and forth a few times before it was finally settled down. So we now know, I'm quite sure what this bird is, but this is one of those birds that all of us have to take a second look at when we're out birding. So this is our number 5 bird, and we'll take a look. And Lynette's got her hand up on that, so let's take a look.
Well, I can see why it was knocked around. So right away, kind of just the overall look of the bird, that breast pattern makes me think accipiter. And the 3 accipiters we're probably going to be looking at are going to be sharp-shinned, Coopers, and northern goshawk. This does not have the coloration of a goshawk, so I would narrow it down to sharp-shinned or Coopers. And I mean, I'm just taking a guess here, but looking at that folded tail, it looks like the outer rectrices are shorter than the inner rectrices. So when that tail is going to spread, it's going to make more of an arc. So since that tail is more arced than squared, likely when it flies, I would go for a Cooper's hawk, but I would be interested to see what others think.
John.
Yeah, Lynette's reasoning, I think, is excellent. We have a different conclusion on this, which so often afflicts birders when they look at accipiters. I think where I started on this is I looked at the eye color, which is clear yellow, not reddish. So it's and all those fresh fringes above. This is a juvenile bird. And given that it's a juvenile, I look at the color of the markings underneath and the somewhat blobby marks, and they're distinctly, the color is reddish or rufous, not blackish brown. And Sharpies are variable in the color of the markings underneath, but they're with the juveniles, but they're often reddish, more like the adults. So if you're guessing now what age is that, and then you look and see the yellow eye, but the markings are reddish, I think that's a good clue for sharp-shinned. I'm not certain, but I totally agree with Lynette on the tail is quite confusing. It sort of looks square shaped, but those outer tail feathers are really rounded and slightly shorter. I can't quite see the tarsus, but the feet to me look rather small and delicate. I have a sense there's a bird feeder nearby, which is why it's there. Sharpies tend to be more, there's lots of overlap, but they tend to be more in wooded areas. But with a bird feeder, all bets are off. So I'm going to side sharp-shinned on this. We're interested to see what other two panelists think in reaching. The head looks small, I would add, in addition. Cooper's looks a little blockier, more head projection, but it's also subjective, isn't it? And I'm sort of guessing along with Lynette.
When I first looked at this bird, I looked at the eye and kind of that bug-eyed appearance, and I thought, oh, Sharpie. And then I started moving down, and I got to the same conclusion that Lynette did, looking at the rectrices down there, and it definitely doesn't look like they're the same length. And usually this would present itself on a perched accipiter as a rounded tail for Coopers, or a tail that's been cut across with scissors for a Sharpie. And it's pretty confusing here, but based on that tail, I feel like Ed's kind of trying to throw us for a loop. I'm gonna go with Cooper's hawk.
Who else do we have to comment on yet here?
I'll just, one of the things that John mentioned was the feet looking small. You know, in a perfect world, it'd be nice to see the legs. Cooper's has kind of pencil thickness legs, and then Sharpies have little toothpick legs. But obviously the legs aren't visible here. It's almost like you could cut this bird in half, and I would probably call the top half a sharp-shinned hawk and the bottom half possibly a Cooper's hawk, but I go accipiter on this one based on this photo.
Well, lots of times that's probably the best thing to do, is to let it go as an accipiter.
Ed, before you get the answer, I would just add that if this is judged to be a Cooper's, that rebuts what I've been thinking, and I've been looking at this carefully for, I don't know, I lose track of the years, but a while. If this is a Cooper's, that means the juveniles can show reddish markings underneath. And since I've been looking at juvenile Coopers, the underparts are more streaked, and the streaks are always brown, blackish brown. So this is notable if it's a Cooper's, and requires additional checking. So whenever you see a juvenile accipiter, check the color, not only the pattern of the markings, but the color, because this will rebut what I've been thinking.
Well, this picture was taken there in Bozeman, Montana by Harold. And fortunately, he had several other pictures that were all submitted. This is just one of 4. And it indeed was determined that this bird is a sharp-shinned hawk. All right. We're supposed to have a learning experience and hope that was part of one. All right, let's move on here. We've got some water here. Water always affords the place for ducks. So here's number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, and here will be number 5 for this group. All right. So we'll back up and start with something like number 1, first of all. So little brown ducks always give people a difficult time. So this might be instructive. Let's start with somebody here. Okay, let's take, okay, I say a hand up. Okay, go for it, Linda.
Well, actually, I think my hand up was from the last time, but that's fine.
Okay.
I saw this bird out in the field. Everybody near me would hear me mumbling about, I hate eclipse ducks. Although I guess, shoot, I hate brown ducks. This one doesn't have, I mean, from my view, it doesn't have a spectacular outline like a shoveler with a big honking bill. There's no big white patches.
So when I look at this duck, the first thing I look at is the bill, and it's very thin compared to a female mallard's would be. And then there's that black that runs along the ridge. Usually in a mallard, it kind of is like a saddle or like a butterfly band-aid right over the front, but that can be incredibly variable in both species, the amount of black in it. You look at that, and then I look at the steep forehead. This has a pretty dark eye line going through it for a gadwall, but it's still pretty obviously a gadwall. And then you look at the tail, and in the undertail coverts going up there, you can see some pretty dark patterning there. And usually on a mallard, that would be a bit whiter. And then usually on the scaps and the tertials for a mallard, it would be a little bit more of lines running through it rather than just black with maybe a simple spot. So I'd call this a female gadwall.
All right, I think we're all in agreement on that being a female gadwall. It was photographed on the 23rd of May at Market Lake, Idaho. Doesn't show the white wing patch we often use when we identify gadwall. This time it was covered up. Number 2. Okay, Lynette.
The first thing I notice about this bird is that the coloration on the wings is mostly white. So I can tell right away it's not a dabbling duck. Dabbling ducks will often have kind of like the iridescent speculum. So right away I'm thinking diving duck. And you can just barely see a little bit of a brownish head poking up. And I know that a diving duck with kind of a white belly, a lot of white on the wings, and a brownish head is probably going to be a goldeneye. And between barrows and common goldeneye, I always think of barrows as having a lot more brown that interrupts the white on the wing. And common will kind of have a continuous patch all along the wing, kind of on the secondaries and going up to the coverts. So I would call this a barrows goldeneye. Would be interested to see what the panel has to say as well.
John, what do you have to say, John?
I got to go.
I got to go.
Then I found myself struggling. I know Barrows has less white, but Lynette undoubtedly has a better analysis of the pattern of white. So I found myself immediately going to the head and bill. And of course, you have the primaries blocking most of it. So it's really a struggle. Also, the yellow legs and feet are goldeneye-like as the tail. So I got to goldeneye pretty quickly. And then I thought to myself, all right, Harper's in Montana, depending on the time of year, it could be either species, or if it was late spring, it'd be more likely Barrows. I think there's a little too much white is my gut feeling. So if I was, I'd list it as goldeneye spot, but if forced to pick one of the two, I would have picked common but with Lynette's analysis sounds far more sophisticated than my golden eyeing from the hip. But if forest, I would say common. But golden eye is the certainly it's one of two. Bucephala, named after Alexander the Great's horse. It's the genus.
Okay. Emmett, do you have any other remarks to add to this?
I got to goldeneye as well.
Okay. Well, goldeneye are very difficult to identify, particularly when you can't really see the head and the markings on it. I saw this bird in other poses, of course, and it turned out that it is indeed a common goldeneye photographed on the 28th of February on Putty Creek in Yolo County. I think that commons probably have a little bit more of a extensive white area in here than do the here in the secondaries than do barrels, but that's a pretty subtle thing to see, particularly if you just see a quick view of it. I think barrels probably has a little less white showing in there. At least some of the field guides show that. So, but if you just said goldeneye, hey, give yourself credit for it. It's a tough one. Number 3. John, who has their hand up? John. Okay.
Well, we have a small dabbling duck, and I'll just, with a delicate small bill and a good transocular line and a bit of a line through the cheek. But there's one giveaway character that always works for green-winged teal, is that little bit of white on the sides of the undertail coverts that contrasts, and that eliminates the spatula teal, the blue-winged cinnamon. So I have a high degree, that's a great field mark, and it's what I always look for. Yeah, there's other things, but that's the giveaway, green-winged teal female.
I would have called this a green-winged teal as well. I think that it has like almost like a pintail-like bill, whereas blue wings have larger than this, and then cinnamons kind of look like a shoveler. The face is kind of a little bit darker overall. I don't see any white at the base of the bill either. And then I think you might be able to see a little bit of green poking out of those secondaries maybe in there too. But I would call this a green-winged teal.
Indeed, you're right, guys. This is the green-winged teal photographed on the 12th of October up in Liberty County, Montana. Let's move on to number 4. And who do we have here on this? Anybody wants to take a crack at this one? Okay, John?
I don't mean to pig on this, but here you see the lack of white on the sides of the undertail. And this is going to get us into one of the spatula teal. And I see a blaze of white in the front of in the lores, a pretty good dark line through the eye. And another mark I look for is a nice split white eye ring that really sort of jumps out on the head. As for this is a blue-winged teal in my mind. Sexing can be problematical, believe it or not. Easy, and they both show a blue forewing, males and females. They're easy to sex if you look at what's behind the blue forewing in flight. Big, thick white line on the males, both blue-wing and cinnamon, and shoveler for that matter, and very thin on the females. Remember that northern shoveler is in the genus Spatula, along with blue-wing and cinnamon. Restored, they got lumped in the big lump of 1973, and more recently got divided back into their own genus. So it's a sex undetermined, but a blue-winged teal.
And this blue-winged teal was photographed on the 5th of June at Bedoin National Wildlife Refuge near Malta, Montana. Good remarks, John. Number 5.
It's green-winged teal or gargany.
Now let's hear some more, Emmett. You're right on track there.
Well, it would be nice if we could see the front of the breast, because a gargany has a really clear demarcation and a white belly. Bill looks a little bit big for a green-winged teal, and I don't see a strong eye line going through like I'd see on a green-winged teal. So this is when you follow this bird for a couple minutes and try and get better looks.
Exactly. John?
If I could build off of what Emmett was
Lynette.
saying.
Mhm.
Yeah? Oh, sorry.
No,
If I
Lynette,
could
go
build
ahead.
off of what Emmett's saying, the bird, the impression that I get from the bird is that it's a little bit too long to be a green-winged teal. I think of green-winged teals as very compact. And this bird is much longer, as if it's like an anise rather than a spatula. But if it's a gargany, I guess gargany is in spatula, right, John?
Gargany's a spatula too, just
Yeah.
not a New World spatula. Yeah, I agree with Emmett on this. That leading edge of what we can see of the speculum looks not right for a green wing. The bill looks too big. I noticed the eye line doesn't go through to the base of the bill. And I can't remember on gargany. Gargany typically has a bolder, dark mark that runs through the cheek, but it does have a white throat, which is a good gargany feature. And if you look at the tertials, you'll see a pale edge, which is something I look for on gargany. Often I don't, the few that I found in the fall on my own, I haven't picked them out on the water, but when the ducks fly, ducks in the fall tend to be rather shy. It may have something to do with them being shot. So they're quick to jump. And the inner webs of the primaries are really pale. So the whole hand shows up as silvery gray and contrasty, whereas they're dark on a blue wing and cinnamon teal. And so that's sometimes when I picked up a gargany, it's not till the duck flock jumps and circles and I see that pale hand jumping out on the gargany. So I agree with the other panelists. It is a gargany. They're really hard to, in fall, they're hard to sex. The males start looking like males along about February, late January, February.
And this gargany was photographed on the 7th of December at Waller Park, Santa Maria, California, one of the birds a lot of us went to see. Okay, good remarks, guys, really good remarks. Let's keep moving so we get through a few things here. Let's see what we might find here in the next bit. We're going to have some yellowish birds here, looks like. Another one, number 2, number 3, number 4. And here's number 5. Again, all these were taken, I believe, most of them were taken in California, I believe. Okay, let's go with number 1. Linda, do you want that one?
Well, your basic warbler with a lot of yellow coloration. I'm trying to remember where the dark yellow is. This one has dark yellow in the undertail, a little bit in the front, kind of a longish bill. Doesn't really have an eye stripe. So if it had a nice little eye stripe, I'd probably call it an orange crowned warbler. It appears to be down low in the bushes or the reeds. So I would probably be looking for a common yellow throat female in this area.
Good remark. Anybody else want to add to this, Lynette?
I would agree with the conclusion that Linda came to of a common yellow throat female. I take a lot of cues from habitat when I'm out birding, so the reeds in the back really help. And I feel like when you look at yellow throats, they have a really distinct posture as well. Like it's almost more wren-like, where they have that really cocked tail. So when I see a warbler of this posture, my mind immediately goes to yellow throat.
Excellent remarks there.
I'll just add that that you can see on this the tail's graduated. The outer tail feathers are shorter. It's a good mark. And also in yellow throats, the face tends to be dark with a broken eye ring. And the yellowest parts of the underparts of the undertail coverts and the immediate throat. So yes to habitat, yes to being low, yes to the cocktail that's long as well as graduated, and then where the yellow is strongest. Some of these young females in the fall can lack all yellow on the underparts, although the pattern is still there with paler throat and undertail.
This common yellowthroat was photographed on the 20th of September near Clyde Park, Montana. Number 2.
This looks like a Wilson's warbler to me. It's not a yellow warbler because the undertail is dark. But besides that, the wings look like they're peeking out a little bit, and they look a little bit darker. And then you can kind of see darkness kind of just behind the eye. So I would call this a Wilson's.
Wilsons have long tails, and you can see there's no pattern in that tail. It's all dark. It's in the genus Cardellina. All the Cardelinas have long tails, which they flip around. And kind of that thick yellow eyebrow, the beady dark eye stands out otherwise in a blank face. I don't see much black showing on the crown, so I assume it's a female. Also, the legs are pale. It's not the only warbler with pale legs, but it's a clue.
And it's the dark undertail is good in distinguishing it from a hooded warbler, which can also, it can look pretty similar, but they have white undertails. And that's usually seen when they fly, they flash those two outer rectrices, the white outer rectrices.
Yeah, if I could add on to what Emmett said, it also helps to differentiate from yellow warbler, because to my knowledge, at least, yellow warbler is the only warbler that the undertail, not the undertail coverts, but the underside of the tail on the rectrices will actually have yellow in it as well. So this is an overall dark bird.
All right, happy marks, everybody.
Female yellow redstarts have yellow too, but you never confuse a redstart.
All right, this Wilson's warbler was photographed on the 28th of July at Ansel Hoffman Park, Sacramento. Moving on to number 3. And
this looks like an orange-crowned warbler to me. It can be confusing with yellow warblers, especially at this angle, but I think I can see a little bit of like a white wing patch peeking out. Dark legs, thin bill. I could be wrong, but I would, first impression, call this an orange-crowned.
Emmett points to a good mark. It's kind of a tinged yellow, that little white flare at the bend of the wing, whitish or yellowish white. There's one other, my other thought, could it be a yellow warbler? But if you look at the tertials, maybe Ed, you can use the cursor. Those are the primaries. Move up.
Tertials.
Right in there, yeah. And yellow warbler always has sharply contrasty pale fringes, whitish or yellow, depending on sex and age. And they jump off the bird, and it doesn't do it on this bird. I can't really see the bill shape. The tail looks perhaps slightly longer than a yellow might look. But orange crown is correct.
Okay, this orange crown warbler was taken on the 23rd of September, Ansel Hoffman Park, Sacramento. Number 4 of our little gallery here.
This is kind of tricky. It superficially looks like a tanager, but it has a really short tail. I don't know. I might guess that this is a lesser goldfinch. If anyone wants to talk about.
Then the question would be, okay, it's a goldfinch. And it certainly hit me as the lesser.
We can't see undertail coverts, which would be a nice giveaway. White on and yellow on lesser.
Eliminate American goldfinch. And I have to think through all that. I can't see the bend of the wing and see that little white patch that the lesser shows. But I think it's a lesser, but tell us that if it's an American.
No, you're right. It's a lesser goldfinch. Your comments are all very interesting though to hear. So photograph the 28th of July, Ansel Hoffman Park again. Lesser goldfinch, any other remarks that you want to make on this thing? Distinguishing from, say, American or not?
Americans have thick white wing bars or thick pale wing bars. But I don't, what I can see of the greater coverage doesn't look very thick.
No. Okay. So we can cover some more birds. Let's keep moving then. And here's number 5.
Ooh. What is this? It looks like a vagrant warbler. Dark tertials, primaries. You got a white wing bar, and then it's a really bright lemony yellow, white undertail coverts. My initial thought, if I saw this bird at Furnace Creek, let's say, would be blue-winged warbler, but in my mind, I always thought that the yellow didn't extend that far into the undertail coverts, but I'd be interested to hear what other people have to say.
Blue-winged is correct. You can see the wings. They're not really blue, but maybe blue-gray. You can't see the face. The undertail is perfect. White. Can't see the bill shape. But blue wings, golden wings, as well as orange crowns, often forage in dead leaf clusters, which this bird is doing. You can see the forehead is the forecrown anyway. Maybe we don't see the forehead as a brighter yellow color, which is good. You'll notice the wing bars are white. The CBRC lately has been accepting a few records as blue-winged with a rather thickish yellow upper wing bar, which I think shows signs of hybridization, but I'm digressing. In any case, you want to look carefully at the wing bars as well as other features for signs of hybridization between blue wing and golden wing, which is rampant, so to speak. I don't know, maybe this is the this the bird that wintered in LA County, Ed?
That is correct.
Looks
At
like.
the El Dorado Regional Park. This is photographed on the 21st of February.
Is that
Yeah.
where the blue mockingbird was that got rejected?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Close by, damn it. Yeah, maybe the CBRC made a mistake on that. We partly rejected it because it was an adult, but you know, if there are more records, maybe it'll get revisited. You have a long memory.
Very good on the blue-winged warbler. That was a toughie, and some of these vagrants do show up in California, and LA seems to attract a lot of good birds down there. All right, let's move on to another area, and I think we might find some shorebirds in that habitat. Let's see, here's number 1, number 2, number 3. This will be number 4. And our number 5 showstopper will be this one right here, number 5. Yeah. Okay, let's go back and review these guys. Here is number 1. So hopefully most people can feel comfortable with this. Here we go with somebody who's going to take this one first. Lynette, you're so good at describing these things.
So you can tell right away that it's not a calidris because it has a very tall stance. It's got a much longer bill. It overall kind of looks like a hulkier bird. I'm blanking on what this one might be, so I might pass it to Emmett for this one. Sorry, Emmett.
I would have called this a marbled godwit. Looks like a long bill. I'm not going to try and age and sex it. I'll let John do that. But the bill isn't pink at the base, but it's, I would call this, yeah, a marbled godwit.
John, do you want to step in?
I was delighted the others were stepping in.
I made this a number 1. I thought this was an obvious one.
Thanks a lot. When you put this as number 1, you feel like a blithering idiot when you don't even know the genus. So I looked at the bill. I see some pinkish at the base of the bill, but it hardly looks exactly like a marbled godwit. but the overall color of the bird and the markings make me think it could be, and maybe the leg color of what I could see. If I were forced to say, I would think it might be a breeding Western Willet, God help us. So I'm totally in a different camp, but I must agree that the base of the bill shows some color there. And you can't really see the bill shape, of course. But if it's a marble godwit, it's a sure drab one. And it doesn't look, if you looked at the bird and didn't see the bill, I don't think you'd go to godwit. It just doesn't look right.
This is where location would help us all, give us all a clue. It was taken in Montana. The date is the 31st of May. So now we know where we're standing, we know the calendar date, and we know how these birds start looking that time of year, quite different from what we see along the seashore in the wintertime. So.
We're done talking, Ed.
Okay.
When you're
all
done
right.
full, you're stop digging at some point.
All right.
I'm guessing Willet with all the markings underneath. But if
Like
it's
John's, yeah.
Indeed,
What
it
is
is. It's a willet, the Western willet, photographed, as I said, into May there in Montana. A lot of them breed up there, and they acquire this really interesting barring in the plumage. And of course, you look at the kind of bluish gray legs that they have here, and the fairly straight bill it has, and so forth, and the tail, all that. So,
but let me just comment, Ed, that Eastern willets have thicker bills and a little more obvious pink at the base.
correct.
So that's a good warning sign if you're on the Texas coast, where plenty of Western willets winter, that you better look carefully at the bill. Pinkish at the base does not indicate a Eastern willet, is indicated by this bird.
Now, I'm awaiting the split for the Eastern and Western willets, John.
Well, we voted on it once. It got turned.
Okay, moving on to number 2 then. Here we are. And do we have a volunteer for this one?
It looks like a least sandpiper to me. It looks like it might be a worn adult. But you can't see the legs, but that doesn't matter too much. The bill isn't tubular enough, I don't think, for a semi-sand. It's got that little white eye ring. It's not as cool gray overall as I would expect on a Western, even though this looks like it might be a kind of a longer build female, but it's got that droop that you see in least. I would call this a least sandpiper.
And Lynette.
Agree.
Yeah, I'm Emmett. I was going to take this one since I messed up on the last one.
You still have
But
a chance.
Okay, Lynette, let's hear it.
I would agree with Emmett and say that this is a leaf sandpiper. You don't see a whole lot of them that look like this right now. It looks like a worn breeding adult. I think of the red on them as very smudgy. I think that the adult bird looks very smudgy, very like reddish brown, very brilliant. You can't see the legs. I know John doesn't think that's a very good characteristic to use. I like to use it. If you could see the legs, I would assume they'd be yellow. And it has kind of that thinner drooping bill than I would expect to see on a Western. I would expect a little bit of a chunkier bill and a little longer.
I always preface peeps and I say, forget the color of, and then expletive legs. To traumatize the audience, and please don't look at the legs, even though they emphasize that. But I'm curious, I totally agree with the comments. It's probably a spring least, but I see no sign of wear in the bird. To me, the bird looks like a fairly fresh alternate adult. So I'm confident enough to say it's a spring migrant, not a early returning fall bird. So if you want to point to a feather that looks worn, I'd be curious.
I mean, I don't know what feathers Emmett was looking at, but it looks like the scaps are a little worn at the edges. Kind of that white. Yeah, there you go.
But that white is fresh. That's
the white is fresh and then it wears off throughout the season.
Right. So it'll look darker. So it's in fresh plumage. I mean,
See,
it's
a
an,
learning experience.
it's an esoteric point, but
Mm.
with those of us who get into peepology, we're down to the subtlest of things on these.
All right, so to keep moving along, we'll put an end to this photograph on the 20th of April. So it is a leaf sandpiper, just coming into alternate plumage. And it was in Yola Basin that we took the picture, Yola Basin, Yola County. And number 3, what we have here. I'm looking for a hand to see. Linda hasn't spoken to us for a while. So do you have an
Okay.
idea, Linda?
So looking at a longer legged shorebird, fairly spotty across the back. And I'm trying to figure out if this is summer, which is nice and sunny, but bird's got pretty good eye ring on it. So, I mean, for me, I'd be going, probably making a fool of myself again. Anyway, I'd be going with either
You got it.
a lesser yellow leg.
Hmm.
It does have yellow legs, or
Hmm.
maybe a solitary sandpiper. So I'm not really sure at this point.
Okay, anybody else want to add to the possibility?
I would call this bird a solitary sandpiper. The little bit of the legs that you can see in the sun, they look kind of an olivey greenish color, and then it's really fine spots on the mantle throughout the scaps, the tertials, the secondary coverts. And it's a little bit more of a line, I feel like, on a lesser yellow legs. And then a lesser yellow legs wouldn't have that really bold white eye ring and that really delicate, I don't know, buff-breasted sandpiper type head. And then lesser yellow legs, they have a long primary projection, which is good for distinguishing it from greater, but I think it might be a little bit longer than you would see on a solitary.
I agree with solitary, but lesser yellowlegs was my first instinctive guess till I started looking at it. I'm curious, is this a spring? I think this is an adult bird. And I'm looking at the character of the spots, the color of the spots above, and they're buffy. Western solitaries have buffy spots. Eastern solitaria has whitish spots. Said to be a character, I believe, mainly of juveniles, but this is an adult, so perhaps it's useful for all plumages. Just a thought. Genetically, they're somewhat different, the two subspecies. We, of course, have the Western one here. So tell us when and where, Ed. And
Okay. It's the 20th of April, and we are at Port Aransas, Texas, April 20th.
Oh, that's interesting. So but I saw a lot of solitaries in Ohio, which clearly are solitaria, and they had whitish spots above. So I don't know how far east the Western race subspecies goes. And I'm not, maybe it's variable, but it's useful in juveniles, the spotting color above. But short legs, of course, they're easy to tell when they fly on the rump and tail pattern.
Correct. Okay, well, that's pretty good, guys. That's a good one here. We'll move on then, leaving this solitary sandpiper behind to
just
try
quick,
number 4.
I think a lesser yellowlegs always has a dark bill, and that bill's bicolored. So it's just something else to think about.
Very good.
Build off of that really quick. I also feel like lesser yellowlegs have a narrower bill, narrower and more needle-like, and that's kind of chunky at the base, that bill.
Good remarks. Yeah, this can be a very confusing bird when you compare it with lesser yellowlegs. I know a lot of people have looked at this and thought lesser yellowlegs, but indeed it was a solitary sandpiper. Very good. Well, I hope we're all learning something as we go through here. That's the idea of the whole thing here. That's the drill. Here's number 4. Okay. And I have Linda. Okay.
Okay, so here we have another peep, and it has legs, but we're not going to look at the legs. So Um, this one got a fairly small bill, but really doesn't have any droop to it. Fairly small and tubular and straight. The thing I find interesting on this one is that it's pretty much monochrome as far as the brown. It's a very cold brown instead of the warm colors that you'll find on a Western sandpiper and a little bit on the breeding leaf sandpiper that we just had. It's got white supercilium, and I would probably go with a semi-palmated sandpiper on this one.
I would agree with that.
Very good. Semi-palmated sandpiper. I'm looking at our time, so I'm going to try to keep this moving to get into another set. But let's take this as a semi-palmated sandpiper photographed on,
Yes,
on June 1st at Westby, Montana. John, you had something?
no, it just, it's just,
Well, okay. Here's number 5. Linda, got your hand up, I see.
Oh, that was left over from last time.
Okay.
I'll let Lynette go.
Lynette, very good. All right.
I'll take a stab at it. So immediately this bird seems a bit taller to me. Again, not a peep. And when I look at it, I get frustrated because you can't see the bill, which is the number one thing that I look at first for any shorebird. But I can notice right away that the flanks right in front of the tail have spots on them. And then looking at the back as well, I see a lot of these kind of like buffy chevrons, and I don't see any white on the scabs. Buffy chevrons and no white. And I also noticed the legs are a little bit longer and they're yellow. So those 3 field marks, mostly not being able to see the bill, would make me conclude that this is a short-billed dowitcher.
oh, agreed. Very good, Lynette.
That's remarkable.
Got you, John.
Yeah. Take a look. You got to think of the age, and everything looks fresh about them. So my first thought was longbill. I was trying to look at the tail, and the dark bars are a little darker than the pale bars. But there you can see, Ed, if you use your cursor, go up to the tertials there. Those are scaps. Drop down.
So, tertials.
Right there.
Yeah.
Those show internal marks in from the edge. That's diagnostic for a juvenile short-billed dowitcher. So I was floundering, wondering where I was going to go, wondering the time of year, eventually got to Juve, and then suddenly said, oh, the tertials, which always get you to the right place. Now, typically, you're not looking at a dowitcher with its wings partly raised and trying to figure out where the tertials are. But that's where you want to lock in those in the inner greater secondary coverts to see whether they're patterned on the inside. So really good work, Lynette, and working that through. First, you got to get to dowitcher, of course, which
When
That's just excellent remarks. Emmett?
I thought it was an adult long-billed dowitcher for a second, and then you could, like John said, he used the term internal looping a lot on those tertials, and yeah, it's diagnostic. John, is there anything we can do with the tail here, the amount of white that could be?
it's geographically variable in shortbill, and Carinus tends to have the darkest tail. I don't know where Ed photographed this. Eastern shortbill's pretty rare in Montana, and the few they get are Hendersoni. The tail's less useful in the West, but pretty striking with Hendersoni that has a much paler tail. And perhaps a longbill would be even darker than that. But it's a little tricky too, because the upper tail coverts are long and tend to hang over the tail. Although here, I think we're seeing the tail feathers. So I would be flummoxed and vacillating. That deep orange rufous color, it's not, I mean, it's really quite colorful, is more typical of shortbill too, but thank God for the tertials.
And I think the date, if you had known the calendar date, would have helped everybody too. It was the 7th of August. And we're at Elsie Romer Bird Sanctuary, Alameda, California.
So that's too early for juvenile long
Right.
in the Pacific Northwest, that it can occur after the last 10 days of August, but any August juvenile dowager in California is overwhelmingly more likely to be short bill. And in the first 10 days, it's certainly a short bill.
Very good remarks. All right. We're almost out of time. I'm going to just go through this real quickly. Here's a quick look at some sparrows or whatever they are, and we will go through and see what we can come up with in the remaining few minutes that we have. We could just go on forever on this today, but we got to go
You want
fast.
to shout out an answer? How much time do we have, Ed?
Only about 3 or 4 minutes.
Fox sparrow.
Fox sparrow.
I'll
Okay.
say fox sparrow, thick-billed fox sparrow, Megarinca type.
Exactly right. And that was taken up at Morgan Summit in Tehama County. Number 2.
That's brevicata, the subspecies. I'll say Vesper sparrow with the pale wrapping around and the dark spots in the rear of the auricular. No strong head pattern otherwise. Short streak.
Very good. It was the 22nd of May at Dillon, Montana. Huge swarms of Vesper sparrows were being down by a storm. Number 3.
Call that a purple finch.
I would call that a Cassin's finch.
Oh, Emmett.
I agree with Emmett. Cassins.
We have some
Bill's
disagreement here.
too big for a purple.
I just gave my first impression.
Okay.
I think Emmett and John are right.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll
indeed it is.
concede this one. I think they're right.
Indeed it is. Looking at the bill is, I think, the biggest clue for us here. The Coleman is Cassin's finch that we photographed on the 26th of May in Livingston, Montana. Here's number 4 of the series.
I would call this a young chipping sparrow.
I'd
Juvenile.
agree with Emmett.
And your reason, of course, so we can tell everybody out there in the world.
We know that it's a juvenile because of the really streaked breast, and you don't see that in really any of the 3 Spazellas that we regularly think of as looking similar: clay colored, chipping, and brewers. And then you see that dark eye line going all the way through to the lores, and that forked tail, long forked tail. You kind of just know we're working with one of those 3 Spazellas, and I'd call that a chipping.
I'll just add quickly that this plumage, the juvenile plumage, is held into mid-October. So fall migrants, you routinely see the streaked plumage. And also, I don't know, have a clue how to tell Taverneri brewer's sparrow from nominate breweri, but David Beadle told me that the juvenile Taverneri is very heavily streaked like a juvenile chipping.
Oh, that's really interesting.
Yeah. All right, and we've got just a little bit more time. So before we run out of here, let's take a look at number 5.
Well, let me cut in because we're about out of time. Do you see that? So look at the greater coverts, which are extensively rufous. And also the primary projections past the tertials is very long. And you'll see a bit of a hint of a lot of color up around the nape. And then finally, if you look at the one of the toes, you'll see a long spur. So this is the Lapland long spur. And the wing panel is diagnostic, as is the very long primary projection.
Well, that takes us up to our 2:45, the end of the program. But I hope that the audience out there, that normally we can react and see their reactions and see what they're doing and all that stuff, hearing their moans or their "yeah, I got it" thing. Couldn't do it this year, but I really think that the audience will realize what a fine panel we had here for this. This is always an instructive experience, I think, for most of us, and really appreciate the panel doing this and went out on a limb for this. So any other
Great
remarks?
job. Thanks for, had a wonderful time. Thanks for selecting the panel.
Well, you all did a great job, and I want you all to be back again. You did a wonderful job. Okay, so we'll end it here and let some more things happen in the conference. Enjoy your Central Valley Birding.
Great. Thank you, Ed. Excellent job. John, as always, but I especially want to thank the three new panelists of Lynette, Linda, and Emmett. Thank the three of you. You guys are a great team with John. Appreciate it. And again, Ed, that was wonderful. Really appreciate all that you do. We're going to take a little 15-minute break here. And before we get on with our next speaker, who will be Paul Miller on at 3. Thanks again. So I'm going to introduce our next speaker, who is Paul Miller. He only has a short little time frame here. So I'm going to just introduce him real quickly so he can get started right promptly at 3. Welcome, Paul. Paul is going to be speaking on the topic of accessibility and birding, which is these days coined birdability. And he is going to be addressing the issue that many of us deal with, which is mobility and access challenges in the field of birding. It is dealing with a topic that is very, very prevalent today. It's an important topic of us all being included. And Paul is a very active member in SAC Audubon, and he is a retired transportation planner. So thank you, Paul, for speaking on this very important and relevant topic.
Thank you, David. It is a great honor to be here and to make this presentation. I'm just going to start out with a little bit of the story of how I got here. So it all started 6 years ago with my dear friend Kathy Griffin, and she invited me to Ed Harper's Birds of Winter, which I just got hooked on. Well, however, when we went out for our first field trip, I realized that lifting and focusing binoculars is something that I can no longer do. So I have a form of muscular dystrophy called FSHD. It's a slowly progressive disease. And up until 6 or 7 years ago, I pretty much was able to get around. So it was quite a surprise and frustrating that my dystrophy was standing in between me and the birds. So I started experimenting with different ways to both hold and focus my binoculars. Then I got a scope, and a very nice scope and a tripod. And then I got an all-terrain walker to schlep my scope and my tripod. Then I built an electric wheelchair with a mount for my scope. And then I built an all-terrain wheelchair. So I was a little over the top obsessed. So at this point, I thought, well, are there any other crazy people out there doing what I'm doing to build equipment? And I Googled, accessible birding or handicap birding. And I came across an article, an Audubon article regarding Virginia Rose, and she's the founder of Birdability. So maybe some of you saw that. I think it was 2019. So after reading the article, I decided to reach out to Sacramento Audubon to see if Sacramento Audubon was doing similar things. And so little did I know that shortly I would meet Maureen Geiger, which I know many of you know, and she changed my world. So Maureen actually started conducting mobility challenge field trips, birding field trips in October of 2019. When she met me, she immediately realized the potential and recommended I join the board and start the accessibility committee. And that was back in December of 2020. So also at that same time, I reached out to Virginia Rose, and they were just the fledgling of the nonprofit Birdability. They just had built their website. They were not a 5013C at that time. And she asked if I would be the captain for the Sacramento region for Birdability, which I am. So then after several birding trips with Maureen and Bill Bianco, the president of Audubon, I was invited and joined the Audubon board. And then Maureen told Lily Douglas about my work, and I am also a member of the Central Valley Birding Club Outreach Committee. And I'm just an honor to be on both of those, on both. So let's jump to today. Sacramento Audubon now has a web page dedicated to accessible birding. And next month, we're going to start monthly mobility challenged birding trips. Maureen and I will be leading those trips. So also to help me in those trips, I've purchased a very fancy 4-wheel drive all-terrain wheelchair, and that's actually what I'm sitting on right now. So thank you to Virginia, Maureen, Bill, for all your guidance and help. My life has been so enriched by my involvement with Birdability, Audubon, and the Central Valley Birding Club. So the remainder of the slide presentation reviewing various adaptive optics gear I have built and use. We'll go ahead and share my screen for the mobility challenge birder, adaptive optics. So adaptive optics are simply accessories to help support and our focus either binoculars or spotting scopes. So the types of equipment that I'll be going over today is binocular mounting bracket, very important, a pan tilt head, adjustable monopod, electric focusing equipment, and a wheelchair mounted articulated arm. So first and foremost is the all-important binocular mounting bracket. Most binoculars have a thread in the front that's typically covered by a small plastic cover. So you might not see it, but if you pull the plastic cover off between the two the two parts of the binocular, there'll be a thread and you'll be able to thread this into it. This is a pan tilt head. It moves left, right, up, and down. And this specific type is a fluid pan tilt head that once you move it, it stays where you moved it. So here's the binoculars connected with the support with a quick release and the pan tilt head. Here is an adjustable monopod. These 3 brackets down here allow it to adjust from about 24 inches up to 6 feet. Here's the whole, here's all the equipment together, binoculars, binocular support, the pan tilt head, and the monopod. So whether standing or in a seated position, adjusting the angle of the binoculars will require you to adjust the height of the monopod. So you can't just use one height. You have to be able to lift it or lower it. And here's a graphic I put together. So if you're looking from the level position, this is the red line, the monopod would be here. If you're looking down, then the monopod needs to be lowered a couple inches, 4 or 5 inches. But if you're looking up, this is a larger distance here. It's probably a good 10 inches to be able to get the binoculars at a point where they're aligned with your eyes. So focusing the optics when viewing upward requires you to extend your arm above your head. And this may pose a challenge to some users, and that's why, and I have a very difficult time doing that. So I developed electric focusing equipment. So here are the binoculars mounted on the monopod. This is my creation of an electric focus. Behind this is an electric motor, a wheel that's connected to the focus, and a mounting ring. I also did this for my scope. Here's the mounting ring mounted onto the pen tilt head. The motor has a corded remote. So the highest that I need to move my arms if I'm using this is literally down on my lap. I can then adjust the monopod also with my arms down. And okay, so what are the uses? So one thing is that once you end up with the monopod and the pan-hilt head and the electric focus equipment, it can get quite heavy. So you can stand and walk, but again, that requires somebody that's able to stand and walk with it. You can do it from a seated position, but obviously to get to where the birds are, you'd have to get to the seated position, and then you'd only be able to view from that location, or a wheelchair. So here's me using the monopod, my friend's boat, and you can see it's resting on the ground. And again, my arms, even though this one's a little bit higher, all of the necessary movement of my arms is down here. So the equipment weight can also be a problem while walking, especially with electric focus added. One solution is to use a wheeled walker or an electric wheelchair. So this is a wheeled walker that I use. It's just a manual walker with brakes. And I created and mounted to it something that I can rest the monopod in. I can use it to wheel it forward and then sit in it and use the monopod. Here's an electric wheelchair that I built. And you can see, it's kind of hard to see, but you can see the monopod coming down, and I built a support for it. So literally, as I'm driving around in this contraption, the monopod is resting on the wheels, and I can adjust it up and down. So most recently, I purchased an all-terrain wheelchair and mounted an articulated arm on the wheelchair. And actually, this was a significant improvement, because with the ability, so I bought a wheelchair that has an electric tilting ability. And with that, I was able to get rid of the monopod and also the electric focusing equipment, because I could rest my arms on the arm rests and get to the focus. So for now, I'm not using the electric focus, but somebody that wasn't able to move their arms as high as I could would have to use that. So right now I'm going to share. I'm going to stop sharing my screen and show you my latest contraption. So hold on. Get back to, okay. So you can see here what I've done is I have an articulated arm. And what I did is I mounted a super zoom point and shoot camera along with my spotting scope. And what I can do is I can view the camera and the spotting scope at the same time. So it allows me to both bird with my scope and also do some birding photography. Although I'm not very good, and it is a significant challenge. I'm going to go back to my presentation. Okay, so right now, my personal mobility issues still allow me to use my arms and hands below my shoulder level. More severely disabled individuals may require power control optics. So I was approached by the Sea and Sage Audubon member, and she was taking care of a severely disabled 12-year-old boy. And so I took the challenge and I built this for him. And this has an electric pan tilt head and electric focus. So the electric focus uses a wireless fob, and then the electric pan tilt has a wired remote. So with this, he has use of one hand. That's it. So with these two small remotes down here, he's able to adjust both the up, down, left, right, and focus of the scope. So my hope is to inspire others to consider using adaptive birding equipment. Long term, I hope that one or more optics companies will create and sell equipment to help those with mobility challenges. I'm currently working with Birdability to see if they can reach out and we can reach out and get them to put something together that that is manufactured and sold for a larger number of people. So the bottom line is birding is therapy. And regardless of your physical limitation, the act of birding is therapy. It gives me a lot of enjoyment. So with that, I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and I am going to say that I'm finished.
Thank you so much, Paul. It's wonderful to hear about these wonderful things that you've done. I'm just amazed at your technical capabilities of being able to create these things that don't exist. But we need. So brilliant, just brilliant.
Thank you.
Our next program is something that we started about 3-4 years ago. It was a great idea, and it continues to be a wonderful, wonderful idea, a program that we do. We always were looking for a way to kind of talk about some of the things that the Central Valley Bird Club has been addressing from a scientific standpoint. What kind of conservation issues are we emphasizing and obviously publishing in our bulletin, our quarterly Central Valley Birds, which is done by Dan Airola. And so Dan is now I'm going to give it over to Dan, and he is going to present, work with presenters that will talk about some of these various topics that are going on in the Central Valley, especially with relationship to the Central Valley Bird Club. Dan really needs a little introduction for those of you that have been longtime members, but for those of you that are brand new, Dan is the editor of Central Valley Birds. He has been doing that ably since the retirement of Tim Manolis. He's also he's a board member of the club. He's been involved in all aspects of our organization and the event. We're very lucky to have you. Thank you, Dan. Take over.
All right. Well, first of all, everybody can hear me, I hope. I want to welcome everybody and appreciate you hanging in here. If you do need to take a break, no one will notice. But I think we have a really action-packed lineup here to present to you. I'm not going to talk long, but I want to remind you that the mission of the Central Valley Bird Club is dedicated to the study of the distribution, status, ecology, and conservation of birds in the Central Valley. I think it's kind of interesting that enjoyment somehow didn't make it in there, but regardless, we're going to fulfill a good portion of our mission tonight through the efforts of the 4 speakers that will be talking to you today. I'm not going to provide a lot of introductory material on the speakers because it is in your program, and I want to give them as much time as possible to present. So I'll just briefly introduce them as we go along. Kelsey McCune is our first speaker, and she is going to speak on behaviors related to the rapid range expansion of the great-tailed grackle. Kelsey, take it away.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll go ahead and share my screen. Okay, so I hope everybody is enjoying the symposium so far, and I'm excited to be here today to talk to you about the research that me and my team have been doing on the behaviors related to the rapid range expansion of the great-tailed grackle. So as many of you know, humans are rapidly altering all of the environments around us. So if the habitat originally looked like this, humans want to convert it into habitat that looks like this. It's easier for us, it helps us advance our economy. But this is problematic because many of the species evolve specific behaviors and body morphologies that are specifically meant for environment and habitats that look like this. And then they're unable to survive and persist when humans alter the environment. And it's actually pretty variable which species are able to persist in human modified environments. And we still don't have a great understanding of why some species can persist and survive and reproduce in these human altered systems, but other species fail and disappear. So with my research group, the Grackle Project, we believe that the trait behavioral flexibility could be the key. So what do I mean by behavioral flexibility? Well, we like to think of it as a metaphor of a person who is not behaviorally flexible is like a person that has a hammer that thinks that everything looks like a nail. So if you have a problem that's presented to you, you have to get this screw into this board, but all you have is a tool in your toolbox. You're going to bend the screw, where the tool of the screwdriver is probably more appropriate for efficiently addressing that problem. Same thing, if you want to make cookies, but the only tool you have at your disposal is your hammer, it's not going to do a very good job of mixing your dough, cracking your nut, or digging the hole. So we define behavioral flexibility as the ability to change your behavior when circumstances change based on learning from previous experience. So once you find out that the hammer is not a good tool for putting that screw into the wall, you need to be able to pull a different tool out of your toolbox. And so this is what we mean by behavioral flexibility. And we assume that behavioral flexibility is important in a species' ability to expand its range, because these individuals are actively moving into new habitats, encountering new problems, and they need new tools to be able to solve those problems. So to address this question, we study the great-tailed grackle because it has extremely rapidly expanded its range into North America and the United States. So we're looking at two eBird maps here, and many of you are probably familiar with eBird, but for those of you that are not, the darker the color of purple, the more bird survey lists in that area are reporting that bird species. So here in this inset map, we have the eBird map for great-tailed grackles in 1970, and you can see that there's very few reported in Mexico and almost none reported in the United States in 1970. Fast forward to 2018, and suddenly the grackles are everywhere. They have, completely taken over Mexico and moved up into the United States. And in fact, great-tailed grackles were first started to be reported in the United States in 1880. And from 1880 to 2000, they expanded their range north and their populations over 3,000%. So they're clearly moving very fast and they're able to deal with these novel environments. So we're testing two alternative hypotheses. The first is that flexibility may be necessary for grackles to move into human modified environments. And that's because, as we were talking about, the behaviorally flexible individuals have more tools in their toolbox to deal with any of the new problems that they might encounter as they're moving into these different kinds of habitats. And so if it requires behavioral flexibility to move into new habitats, we would predict that the individuals that are on the range edge actively moving north are going to be the most behaviorally flexible, whereas they don't need behavioral flexibility as much when they're in the new center or the original portion of the range. The alternative hypothesis is that great-tailed grackles have actually been flexible for thousands of years. And that's because in the endemic portion of their range in Central America, humans have already been modifying the environment there for 3,500 years. So these grackles have been encountering novel situations for a long time, and they might have had to evolve behavioral flexibility a long time ago. And that means that all of the individuals that moved north through Central America, Mexico, and the United States were already behaviorally flexible. So for this talk, I'm going to talk about two things. The first is, are great-tailed grackles actually behaviorally flexible? And the second is whether behavioral flexibility is actually related to proximity to the range edge, and so is probably implicated in the ability to move into these novel environments and persist and under human modified change. But first we have to actually catch grackles. They're surprisingly hard to catch, despite the fact that they will walk right up to your cafe table and try to steal your French fries. So we use 3 different kinds of traps. We have a bow net trap here in this upper left corner. We also use mist nets down here and a walk-in traps. And we have specialized permits and training sessions so that we can safely extract the birds from all of these situations. Once we catch them, we put color bracelets or color bands on their legs in different combinations so we can tell them apart. And then we bring them into aviaries for a few weeks to undergo our behavioral tests. So in the first population that we studied in Arizona, the aviaries were on top of the Life Science building at Arizona State University. And here in Northern California, we have our aviaries on private property near Woodland. And so there's 8 aviaries all smashed up next to each other. So the birds are housed singly and they can't see each other, but they can hear each other. So let's get into our first question. Are great-tailed grackles behaviorally flexible? So to measure behavioral flexibility, we use a method called reversal learning. And this means that we have 2 containers that are 2 different colors. And each bird, so this is a dobo on this picture, each bird gets food only in a specific color of container. We call them tubes, so a specific color of tube. He was getting food in the dark gray tube. So we give him many trials with the tubes in his aviary. He gets to choose to look into only one tube. And eventually he's going to learn that food is always in the dark gray tube. He has to prove to us that he's learned that by choosing correctly in 17 out of 20 trials. Once he gets there, we move on to the second phase of this experiment, where we take the food and we switch it to the other color of tube. So if you remember our definition of behavioral flexibility, the ability to change your behavior when circumstances have changed. So now we've changed the circumstance and we're going to measure how long it takes for the grackles, like adobo, to change his behavior. And so this is actually our measure of behavioral flexibility. So here's a video. I'm going to show you what this looks like. So we've always put the tubes in the aviaries with the openings facing towards the wall, so the grackle can't cheat and see which tube contains the food before he comes down and walks around to look in. We also vary which side. So adobo comes down and he's not fooled. He knows where the food is right away and goes to the dark gray tube. We also vary which side the tube is on because we want the grackle to learn that the food is associated with a color and not with a location like left or right. So this is one trial, and now that he's made a choice, we don't let him look in the light gray. We'll come in and take the tubes away and then refill the dark gray tube, and then put them in again, and the dark gray tube might be on the other side. So they get many trials like that until they reach criterion of 17 out of 20 correct. And the same thing for the reversal. They pass it once they reach the criterion of 17 choices out of 20 trials correct. So here's what some of our data look like. This is just a snapshot. And you can see that in the initial phase of the experiment, the grackles do pretty well, where the fastest that you can actually get to complete this portion is 20 trials. And you can see that Mofongo has done that. But it does range up to 50 trials. Now, when we're talking about behavioral flexibility, the reversal speed, it takes them more trials to be able to pass this phase of the experiment, but it still looks pretty good. So on average, their behavioral flexibility score, they're getting an average of 74 trials. Okay, so that's interesting, but what does that actually mean? 74 could be like very behaviorally flexible, or it could be actually like really slow. To put this number into context, we have to compare the performance to other species that have received this same experiment. So luckily, that is the case with this method. And we found that for the initial phase, the learning speed, great-tailed grackles are similar to California scrub jays, Darwin's finches, and pigeons. And they're actually faster than pinyon jays, nutcrackers, and a different study on California scrub jays. For behavioral flexibility, we found that grackles are doing really well, where they're similar to Darwin's finches, but they're faster than all of these other corvids and also pigeons. So because of this, we can say that yes, great-tailed grackles are behaviorally flexible. They can rapidly change their behavior when circumstances change based on learning from previous experience. So now we're going to move on to the second portion of the talk. Is flexibility related to proximity to the range edge? So to study this question, we're actually doing the same methods and grackles from 3 populations along the extent of the current range of the great-tailed grackle. So as I mentioned, we were first in Arizona. We were there for 3 years, and then we moved the whole study to near Sacramento and Woodland. And we just started collecting data in early 2021, and we are probably going to finish in early 2022. So these are all going to be preliminary results that I'm going to show you for this portion of the talk. The idea was that after we were done in Northern California, we were going to go to the endemic portion of the range in Panama, but COVID has really thrown a wrench in that and are planning for that. So we still are planning to go to Panama at some point, but we don't know when. And if we think about the 2 hypotheses that I talked about, we would predict for these populations that if flexibility was necessary for these great-tailed grackles to move into novel and human-modified environments, that the grackles in California would perform the best on our behavioral flexibility test. So they would have the highest score. And the ones in Arizona would kind of be in the middle, and the ones in Panama would have the lowest level of behavioral flexibility. Whereas for our alternative hypothesis, if great-tailed grackles have been flexible for thousands of years, we would predict that the grackles from all 3 populations would perform similarly on this experiment. So what did we find? So first, for the learning speed, we have Arizona grackles in orange. And so you're looking at the range of their performance here in these box plots, and California grackles are in yellow. So trials is on the y-axis here. So the higher you go, the worse they're doing. So we can see that the Arizona and California grackles are actually doing pretty similarly on learning speed. California are doing maybe just a tiny bit faster on the learning speed, the initial phase of the experiment, but it's overall pretty similar. And so what about for behavioral flexibility? It's very similar. So like we kind of saw with the snapshot of the results earlier, all of the grackles take more trials to pass the behavioral flexibility portion of the experiment. So you can see these 2 box plots are higher. The California grackles may be doing a little faster than the Arizona grackles, but they are looking pretty similar so far. So for our 2 hypotheses, so far we are finding support that grackles have been flexible for thousands of years. I want to, give the caveat that we haven't gone to Panama yet. These are preliminary data that we have some more elegant analyses that we'll be doing later once we have collected all the data. So please stay tuned. So overall, yes, grackles are behaviorally flexible. So far, we're not seeing that flexibility is related to the proximity to the edge of the range, but stay tuned for our results from Panama. And I just want to throw in there, we are also looking at how other behavioral traits might relate to range expansion. So other behavioral traits, specifically problem solving and movement behaviors, and comparing those across populations as well. So when I talk about problem solving, what I mean are the actual tools in the toolbox that can be used to succeed at new problems. And so the ability to come up with these new tools is a skill that some individuals have and others don't, and we call it the ability to problem solve. To test this in Grackles, we use a puzzle box. It has 4 compartments, and each is covered by a door that opens in a different way. So these are 4 different problems that we're giving the Grackles, and theoretically they need 4 different tools or 4 different behaviors to be able to solve each door. So here's what this looks like for one of the doors. The Grackles find it not too difficult once they practice with it a little bit. And for the results for that, we are again finding that the Arizona and California Grackles are doing very similarly, where they each are able to solve between 1 and 4 of the doors, but most of them solve 3 to 4 of the doors, so almost all of the doors. And so why is movement behavior important for range expansion? Well, a previous study found that cane toads in Australia, the ones that are on the range edge that are actively pushing into new habitat are actually moving further distances and faster. So that's what they're showing in the red here compared to the grackle or the toads that are in more of the center of the range. So we wanted to test this with grackles as well. We've had some hiccups with the data analysis for this. I know I said I'd be talking more about this in the abstract, but the data analysis needs more attention. So I want to show you these two movies. These are two different grackles and the way that they're moving through their environment. So we follow them with telemetry and we take GPS points to produce movies that look like this. So you can see that the grackle in the left movie is taking these like larger movements and moving much faster around its environment compared to one on the right. Like this movie is actually going, you can see the time up here, but this grackle is pretty much just staying in one spot. So these are the kinds of consistent differences between movement behavior that might be occurring across the range of the grackles, and that's what we're intending to study. But stay tuned for that as well. So that's all I have to tell you about today, and I'm happy to take any questions if they've come up.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Kelsey. That was very interesting. You know, we're out there looking at birds in the field, but you're really looking at the internal bird, and it's very fascinating. Let me see if I have any questions here. I have one from Barbara Peck. I think we have time for one or two. How does the later study date for the woodland flexibility test affect your results? Shouldn't the test at these two different locations have been conducted during the same time period?
So we conduct we measure all of the behavioral flexibility in the winter. So our permits don't allow us to take the birds into the aviaries during the breeding season. So it is during the same season. And it's, even though we're studying the grackles in California, essentially 2 years after we started studying the grackles, did I say that? Yeah, grackles in California, 2 years after we started studying the grackles in Arizona. There's still, the grackles in this part of Northern California have only been around for maybe 4 generations. So it's not going to be a significant difference in that small time span in their behavior or like the traits that might become fixed in the population through evolution.
Okay, excellent. Well, I think we're going to go ahead and move on. And again, everybody give Kelsey a large round of applause wherever you happen to be. And we look forward to hearing more about your studies as they proceed. But thanks so much.
Thank you so much for having me. Enjoy,
right.
everybody.
Take care. Bye-bye. Okay, next up is Cliff Feldheim. Cliff, you were here a moment ago. Cliff is with California Trout, but he's worked on a lot of wetlands over the years. And I want to mention that the study he's presenting today is with co-authors Melody Gear and Ed Pandolfino. And also note that the study was funded in part by the Central Valley Bird Club through our Waldo Holt Fund that provided a grant to Melody to help Cliff and their team with some of the data collection. So his topic is abundance and distribution of blue-winged teal in California, a review of the last 150 years. Cliff.
Hey, Dan, can you see my screen? I shared the screen.
Yes, just go ahead and maximize and it should be fine.
All right, looks like the video is not working for me though.
We can see it, but if you can start your presentation from the beginning, then we'll be able to see the whole thing. There we go.
Okay, I'll just go like this then. Thank you. Well, thank you, Dan. Thank you for the opportunity to talk this afternoon. So this study started as a result really of a number of biologists and birders have thought for the last few years that blue-winged teal populations have been increasing throughout the state of California. And we wondered if we could get at that by reviewing historical records and publications, looking really at eBird, Christmas bird count data, reaching out to regional coordinators for eBird, and looking at the county breeding bird atlases. gathering all that data, summarizing it, and seeing if we could determine any trends. And with that, we were fortunate enough to collaborate with the USGS on 5-state cinnamon teal study that included the Bridgeway Island Pond in West Sacramento. And they went ahead and attached some GPS solar panel transmitters on blue-winged teal. And these are not blue-winged teal picture, but it gives you an idea of the transmitters. They're backpack transmitters. Solar panel keeps the battery charged for up to 2 years. So if the transmitter stays attached, getting multiple years worth of data. GPS coordinates a minimum of every day, as frequently as every 5 minutes. And it works through a cell tower. So just like a cell phone, there's times where we had no reception, but the battery and memory kept recording GPS coordinates. And then when it got back into cell phone coverage, those data points were downloaded. So through this, we're hoping to get migratory movements and really where these birds were breeding. So again, our study area, looking really at blue-winged teal historically throughout California, and then the Bridgeway Island Pond in West Sacramento, which is a 20-acre wetland stormwater detention basin that was built in 1999 as part of the city of West Sacramento's Southport development project. And you can see the wetland down here on bottom right. It's got houses on one side of it, more development to the north of it, industrial warehouses, and then it's bound by the shipping channel, and then a little bit further to the west, the Yola Bypass and Yola Wildlife Area. And interestingly enough, when the city designed this detention basin, they included islands and varying pond bottom topography with the intention of having silt and sediment deposit in certain areas and prolong the life of the detention basin. But what it really ended up doing is becoming a magnet for birds because of that diversity in pond bottom depths, as well as having islands that are free of vegetation and places where the birds could loaf. So what did we find? Going back to the 1870s to early 1900s, really reviewing a couple major texts. 1874, Coos found that blue-winged teal were uncommon throughout the state of California. And Grinnell's classic work in 1918, Grinnell et al., The Birds of California, Game Birds of California, determined that blue-winged teal were transient and casual as a midwinter visitor. And interestingly enough, they listed all the breeding records that they knew at that point. And you can see some of these go back to the 1890s and really kind of focus on Southern California and some of the smaller isolated wetlands, coastal wetlands that were present at that time that are largely no longer there. And then from 1930s to early 40s, a couple of the major works during that time, Moffett in 31 studied blue-winged teal and waterfowl in northeastern California and came to the conclusion that the species was fairly common throughout the Great Basin range, eastern side of the Sierras, south, and then up to through Tule Lake, but was probably absent from the state November and December. About 15 years later, Grinnell and Miller, in their classic book, Distribution of the Birds of California, they came to the conclusion that blue-winged teal were summer resident and locally fairly common in the elevated northeastern part of the state, again, focusing on that Great Basin habitat within the state, and rather rare throughout the rest of the state. What did we find? Reviewing again, contacting birders, regional bird coordinators, reviewing all the breeding bird atlases, really found that blue-winged teal were documented or suspected breeding really throughout Southern California and all the major regions of the state, absent the Sierra Nevadas. So really spread throughout the state. So yeah, again, in general, blue-winged teal populations have changed from being considered a transient and winter visitor that was believed not breed in California to occurring in predictable locations in winter and spring with breeding records really in every non-mountainous region of the state. Then go ahead looking at a couple data sets. We looked at the Christmas bird count data, going back to about 1979, 1980, the last 40 years. Looking at things like blue-winged teal per party hour and percent of counts with observed blue-winged teal. And you can see while it's variable, that trend is increasing with time, supporting this idea that blue-winged teal populations are increasing throughout the state. And eBird data very similarly. This is what party hour checklists, birds reported per party hour on eBird checklists. And again, over the last, this one's more of a, since the 2010, but showing a similar trend of increasing population. So where are these birds coming from? We were able to put transmitters actually on 11 birds, but we got data from 8 of them. This is the this is the Bridgeway Island pond. And if any of you guys have birded out there the last few years in the wintertime, you've seen our swim-in bait traps out there. We've been banding cinnamon teal and blue-winged teal, and then adding transmitters on some birds as well. And so these birds, the top 3 graphics show these birds going to Alberta. So migrating, up through northeastern California, up through Oregon, coming into Alberta to nest. The bottom ones, we had a bird in northern Idaho, and then a couple birds in southwestern Oregon. So using the Pacific Flyway, if you look at some of the classic texts right now for waterfowl distribution, they don't describe blue-winged teal nesting and having migratory patterns in the Pacific Flyway like this. So this is a novel behavior to be described in the literature. And interestingly, we also had one bird nest in the San Joaquin Valley. And these birds, these 2 in particular, returned back to the pond in West Sacramento and spent the winter there. So the graphic on the right, this bird nested on the western coast of Oregon and then migrated down south through Humboldt, Del Norte counties, actually stayed in, continued south, spent a couple days in Lake Berryessa, then went down in the Sassoon Marsh for about a week, and then came over across the bypass into the pond in West Sacramento and spent the winter there. So showing that these birds are returning to this area too. So a summary of that. Historically, these birds were considered a rare transient and winter visitor. Now they're occurring at predictable locations in the winter and spring, with breeding records in every non-mountainous region of the state. And blue-winged teal wintering at the Bridgeway Island pond are part of a Pacific Flyway population that breeds from Alberta southwest to California. And again, something that hasn't been documented, and something that as we move forward with work with cinnamon teal, we're very interested in that these birds readily interbreed with cinnamon teal. So we have hybrids across the range. And then in some areas where these birds breed in close proximity to cinnamon teal, places like the Great Salt Lake and central Colorado, southern Colorado, they've documented blue-winged teal being much more aggressive than cinnamon teal and actually pushing them out of some breeding areas, pushing them off ponds. And so we're looking long-term at what those species interactions might be and how that might impact cinnamon teal. With that, I want to acknowledge some folks here. Dan mentioned Melody Gear was supported through a student research grant from the Waldo Holt Fund that really made this project possible. And Melody was an undergraduate at UC Davis, always interested in birds, but never really got exposed to the birding world and birding community like this. And boy, what a tremendous experience it's been for her to meet so many people, talk to so many different people, and just really open this whole world of eBird checklists and the birding community, and just been a great experience. So I want to thank the committee personally for supporting this work. And also thank you to all the regional eBird coordinators, John Sterling and John Hunter, provided a lot of time and data sources that we wouldn't have found elsewhere. And a special thanks to the USGS Western Ecological Research Center. Corey Overton and Mike Zaltza managed the blue-winged telemetry project for us. So moved quickly through this, but happy to take any questions you have, and any questions for those that might know the Bridgeway Island wetland and some of the uniqueness of that area. So thank you.
Great, wonderful, Cliff. And again, aren't you guys impressed that this panel stays on time? I'll ask a quick question, Cliff. You sort of briefly alluded to it, but I wonder if you could just describe what you think are the characteristics that have caused this, sort of massive congregation of blue-winged teal at the Bridgeway Island ponds, because I don't see them and I don't hear about them accumulating in anywhere near those numbers elsewhere, or perhaps that's not true.
No, Dan, you're right. I've now worked with virtually every waterfowl biologist in the Pacific Flyway, and nobody has heard of densities and numbers like what we see at this wetland, where it's not uncommon to get 150 to 300 blue-winged teal on this 20 acres, which is like I say, unlike anything. And I'm finding, unlike anything we've seen with cinnamon teal. I had a count. I've been doing counts every 2 weeks out there for a good number of years. And just before the big winter rainstorm we had, I did a count out there, and I had 575 cinnamon teal on 20 acres, which is just unprecedented, really, across the flyway. And from the telemetry data, what I'm getting out of it, Dan, is that this is an area, it's a small isolated wetland. It provides good loafing habitat up on islands, and the birds aren't disturbed. And then they have close proximity. I'm analyzing the telemetry data, my next piece of work with blue wings, to see where they're going. But they're going out at night and foraging in the Yolo bypass, parts of the Delta, even parts of the rice country to the north, and then coming back to the pond. So it's a good central location, but I think as much as anything, we just don't have these small isolated wetlands across the landscape anymore. And then that sense is very unique, and for cinnamon teal as well.
Interesting, really great. Just a comment that Kimball Garrett offered, that peak winter counts of blue-winged teal at the Salton Sea have also increased from low double digits to several hundred birds in recent years. So, further confirmation. I do not see any more questions. Lots of compliments. We do have a little time if anyone has a question. Otherwise, we will continue on. Seeing none, how about if we give a rousing thank you to Cliff and his team for great work solving, in large measure, the mystery that's perplexed me ever since I first went to Bridgeway Island and thought, what the hell is going on here? So we appreciate it, Cliff, and thanks so much. And we look forward. I should mention, Cliff has submitted a manuscript. It is about to go out for peer review for publication in probably the next issue of the Central Valley Bird Club Bulletin. So you can read the details there as well. With that, I will let you go, Cliff, and thank you again.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, and next up we have the, I'll say, ubiquitous Lily Douglas. Let's see, you were a co-author on Ed's presentation on the breeding bird atlas. You are a co-author on my later presentation on the yellow-billed magpie, and you're presenting yet something else, and I may be forgetting other things. So with that rather brief introduction, I will introduce Lily, who is a fantastic member of our Central Valley Bird Club board and chairs several important committees, but I'll let her talk about her subject, which is the Central Valley Joint Venture, a blueprint for conservation in the Central Valley. I am really looking forward to this. Thanks, Lily.
Great, thank you so much, Dan. And yeah, reporting here from Symposium Central, but I'm going to switch hats for the presentation, and if I can share my screen. Uh-oh. Okay. Great. So thank you very much, everyone. My name is Lily Douglas, and my preferred pronouns are she, her. And I am the assistant coordinator of the Central Valley Joint Venture. And today I'll be presenting on our 2020 implementation plan, which provides a blueprint for bird conservation in the Central Valley. And just an outline of what I'm going to talk about today. I thought I would start with a history of the migratory bird joint ventures for those that might be less familiar, and then an introduction to our Central Valley joint venture, and then talk a bit about our 2020 implementation plan, which included new approaches and bird groups from previous work. And I thought I'd end with a little bit of how you can help.
Lily, can you maximize your screen?
It is maximized on my screen.
Oh, interesting. Okay, carry on.
Do you want me to, let me see if I can try again.
No, I can help.
Jen popped in, the benefits of Symposium Central.
So you can start the presentation basically. So go to slideshow and then start it from. There you go. And now you can probably.
Did that work? Everyone, Dan?
No, but just go ahead.
Okay. Okay, it's fine. Are you still seeing the presentation? It's just not in presentation mode?
That's correct.
You
Oh,
know,
now I don't see the presentation.
No one behind the curtain. Okay, we're gonna go share screen. We're gonna go to the. I wonder what they're both the same. We're gonna go to that.
And it's fine if it's just not in presentation
Okay, that should work.
mode.
Can everyone see that?
Yes, carry on.
Okay, thank you, Dan. And thank you, Jen. The joint ventures originally started with the North American Waterfowl Management Plan. I know a lot of people think the joint ventures are duck only, and this might be where that comes from. So in 1986, the plan was signed by the United States and Canada. And it was recognized that habitat loss had led to large population declines in waterfowl. And so principle number 5 of the plan specified that joint ventures of private and governmental organizations should be considered as an approach to finance high priority research and management projects that can only be addressed through a pooling of resources. So that's where we get the term joint venture. And this graphic is from that original waterfowl management plan, and it identified the initial areas of interest. And you can see there that the Central Valley was recognized. And so very early on in July of 1988, the Central Valley Joint Venture, at the time was called the Central Valley Habitat Joint Venture, was formed. And I probably don't need to tell many of you this, and I think we've seen presentations in previous symposiums showing the extreme loss of wetlands and associated habitats throughout the Central Valley. So also in 1994, Mexico signed on to the North American Waterfowl Management Plan, or NAWAMP. And so these migratory bird joint ventures are voluntary cooperative regional partnerships of federal, state, and provincial agencies working with private industry, landowners, nonprofit organizations, tribes, academia, and other partners to work together to build and sustain a healthy world for birds, other wildlife, and people. And so you can see we have 21 habitat-based joint ventures and then 3 species joint ventures, but they cover essentially the entire United States, much of Canada, and since Mexico had signed on, also extend down into Mexico. So as far as our structure for the Central Valley joint venture, money is actually appropriated from Congress for baseline coordination staff funding that comes through the United States Fish and Wildlife Service. We have, for the Central Valley joint venture, our office includes a coordinator, an assistant coordinator, myself, and a science coordinator. And we are all federal employees with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, although not all coordination offices are in the various other joint ventures. And the joint venture is directed by a management board composed of 19 member organizations. And under that, there are committees, including a technical, lands, water, legislative affairs committee, and we actually have a communications committee now. So this is a list of the 11 government agencies, both federal and state. And aside from the obvious, like the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, we all have other agencies such as the Natural Resources Conservation Service, because of the importance of agricultural and other private lands for bird conservation. And under the state, we also have like the Department of Water Resources because of the importance of water. We have 7 non-government organizations. Some will be familiar to a lot of you: Audubon, California, Nature Conservancy. We also have both California Waterfowl and Ducks Unlimited. And these non-government organizations are actually able to lobby on behalf of the joint venture's interests. And we have one regulated utility provider, which is PG&E. So our mission is to work collaboratively through diverse partnerships to protect, restore, and enhance wetlands and associated bird habitats in accordance with conservation strategies that are identified in our implementation plan. So our first implementation plan was developed, was released in 1990. And because of that, initial identification of the importance of the Central Valley for wintering waterfowl, that was the focus of this initial plan. It include objectives for habitat conservation, for protecting, restoring, and enhancing existing acres of wetlands, as well as enhancing agricultural lands. And worked to secure water supply for refuges, wildlife areas, and the grasslands in the northern San Joaquin Valley. So in 1999, the North American Bird Conservation Initiative was signed again by the US, Canada, and Mexico, which sought to achieve regionally based, biologically driven, habitat-oriented partnerships representing the full spectrum of bird conservation. It also supported simultaneous on-the-ground delivery of conservation measures for all birds and facilitated the conservation of all native North American birds. And this sounds familiar because this is what the joint ventures were already doing, albeit with their waterfowl focus. So when we released our 2006 implementation plan, the focus now included all birds. However, that's a pretty lofty goal, so select bird groups were prioritized in the plan. And so along with those wintering waterfowl, we also added breeding waterfowl, breeding and non-breeding shorebirds, water birds, and riparian songbirds. And subsequently, the objectives, habitat objectives, included additional habitats to help support all of these groups: seasonal wetlands, semi-permanent wetlands, rice and other waterfowl-friendly crops, and riparian areas. And so, work has gone on under these implementation plans. There have been a lot of successful conservation programs throughout the Central Valley. And in 2020, we released our new implementation plan. And this plan, its development was guided by several new approaches. One of those was recognizing the importance of human dimensions of bird conservation. And human dimensions is a field of study that applies the social sciences to examine human-wildlife relationships, and in doing so provides information that contributes to effective wildlife conservation efforts. And the aspects of this in bird conservation include that solutions to conservation challenges do require changes in human behavior. Conservation is done for, with, and by people, and including both biological and social sciences leads to better decision-making. And we identified 7 different aspects of human dimensions to focus on under this plan, including hunters, farmers, non-hunting recreationists, which is the birders, all of you, urban residents, ecosystem services, environmental justice, and multiple benefits. And multiple benefit projects are, so advantageous because they provide, these multiple benefits and can also use different sources of funding that might be available and to work towards the goals of different groups together. In looking at conservation delivery, the plan utilizes the principles of strategic habitat conservation and looked at scenario planning and recognized that key drivers of conservation in the Central Valley are water availability and conservation opportunity. And so identifying the different scenarios allows us to prioritize different actions under these different conditions. For example, when both water availability and conservation opportunity are high, we have the opportunity to build resilience and look at some of those loftier goals, actually acquiring land, acquiring water rights. On the other hand, when both aspects are low, we're in the crisis management stage where we pursue more ways of funding or work with what we have already. We did, despite the fact that this plan was primarily developed under the last administration, we were able to include climate considerations, recognizing that climate-induced stressors add to the existing threats to bird populations. There are effects from increasing temperatures, uncertain changes in precipitation, decreasing water availability, and this concept of precipitation whiplash, which I think we saw with this recent storm, where we got a lot of water, but it all came at one time, and now we're dry again. We redefined our planning regions. Our primary focus area, you can see here, is the Central Valley. It includes the 9 watershed basins aggregated into 5 planning regions. And this allows us to recognize the conservation challenges and opportunities that vary throughout the area. And we added our secondary focus area, which adds grassland and oak and savanna habitat and allows us to have new opportunities. The plans have always been very strongly guided by science, but for the 2020 implementation plan, we actually published all of the papers on the development of the habitat objectives for each bird group into the San Francisco Estuary and Watershed Science Journal. So you can look at all of the science behind the creation of these objectives, and then in the implementation plan, they're in a more digestible form. We expanded our focus by adding new bird groups. So in addition to the bird groups we already had, we added breeding grassland and oak savanna birds, recognizing the extreme losses of both of these habitats and also their importance. And also recognizing at-risk species. Most of these species appear on other special status lists under the Endangered Species Act, for example. And the habitat needs for these will probably also often be covered under the other bird groups, but they may have particular management challenges that will assist in their conservation. And their goal for these is removal from any of the special status species lists that they are on. So how can you help? It's a little bit challenging, with all of our various entities on the board and being run by a federal agency. We don't necessarily have our own call to action as the joint venture, but I would argue that you are, by being here, by attending the symposium, learning about birds and bird conservation. You can support all of our NGO members and partners, which I'm sure many of you do. You can support policies and funding that advance the objectives of the joint venture. And as I mentioned, I'm a federal employee, so you can read between the lines as to exactly what I mean by that. And you can buy your federal duck stamp, and I know there are varying opinions on this, but ultimately, nearly all of the purchase price of duck stamps goes directly to protect wetlands and associated habitats under the National Wildlife Refuge System. And since 1934, sales have raised over $1.1 billion to conserve over 6 million acres of habitat under this program. And the American Birding Conservancy and Cornell have developed 7 simple actions that everyone can take to help with bird conservation. For example, you can make your windows safer, don't use pesticides in your garden. And one of them is to do community science. So keep using eBird. And along that line, I wanted to end with this slide. So earlier this year, there was a paper published by the National Audubon Society that identified the Central Valley as a major migratory bottleneck for North American land birds, not just the wintering waterfowl that everybody recognizes, but millions of birds migrate through the Central Valley. For example, 80% of the entire population of Lawrence's goldfinches pass through the Tulare region in the spring. And this paper utilized eBird data to look at these results. So if you're using eBird, you're helping. And with that, I can take any questions.
Well, wonderful. Thank you so much, Lily. And as somebody who has been a 4-decade resident of the Central Valley, I can attest to, the on-the-ground incredible improvement in habitat conditions that have been manifested through your program. I mean, I can remember when there was no Stone Lakes Refuge, no Airola Bypass Wildlife Area, no buffer lands, just right in our area. So it's fantastic. I will also say I was not aware, and I am so happy to hear that the program has been broadened to include the upland oak and grassland habitats, because I think that's really where a lot of the focus is needed. So that is fantastic. I have a question from Debbie Wong Ottman. In the future, how does the program fit with state and national 30 by 30 policy, which you might want to explain what that is first?
That's a very good question. So the 30 by 30 is the goal of protecting 30% of lands in the US by 2030. And I believe California actually signed on before the federal government did. But there is, the national program is called the America the Beautiful. And actually in that initial document, joint ventures were specifically identified as being able to probably contribute towards the 30 by 30 effort. And all of our management board members are involved in that effort. The California Natural Resources Agency is actually on our management board, and we're excited to be a part of the 30 by 30. So it's a great question.
Great. I have another question here from East Merced Resource Conservation District, and they are asking what ideas you have for working together to address repurposing of farmland, which will be necessary to address sustainable groundwater management.
Yeah, that is a very big question. Actually, our water committee, their next meeting is going to be focused on SGMA, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. And so a lot of our management board members and partner organizations are very involved in SGMA and looking towards other efforts of bringing lands into conservation.
Yeah, as I understand it, I mean, the idea is that there's going to be less groundwater, there's going to be more farmland taken out of production. And then the question is, what do we do with that land? Is that correct?
Right, absolutely. And water being so important, there are a lot of questions surrounding that. And whoever answered the question, feel free to email me offline also, and we can talk more about that.
Okay, and then there's one last question, just if you could elaborate a little bit on, and we've sort of touched on that in the last one, but interaction with the agricultural interests and the Central Valley joint venture.
Yeah, agriculture is recognized as being so important. Rice lands, corn planting for cranes and other species. And, the California Rice Commission is actually a very close partner. They're not on the management board, because to be on the management board, you need to have, activity throughout the entire Central Valley. But we work very closely, in particular, with the California Rice Commission. Also, NRCS being on our management board is usually our connection with a lot of the agricultural users.
Great. I mean, one last thought I had is whether Central Valley Bird Club should be represented in the joint venture. But then I realized we managed to get the Fish and Wildlife Service to pay you to represent us.
could certainly talk more about that. But yeah, I learned a little bit having my hobby of Central Valley birds and now my profession, Central Valley birds. It feels like I never quit.
Okay, well, listen, this was great. If you have more questions, I'm sure that Lily will be happy to answer those offline. And I think we're going to go to the next presenter, who we'll see if that being me can actually make things work here. And we seem to be getting somewhat close. I got to move that. Do that. And once again, we have the problem with maximizing the screen. There we go. Okay.
You got it.
So are we ready to go? Jen, am I okay?
Yes, you are ready to go.
Okay, well, I cut down my presentation because I did not predict that my presenters would be so economic in their presentation. So I'm going to go fast, and maybe we'll get you out a little bit early. The talk I'm presenting here, I have to admit, has been published already. It was in the last edition of the Central Valley, I'm sorry, of Western Birds. I've added a few little nuances here, but if you read that, or if you've heard one of my Audubon talks, great time to go take a break. If not, or if you want a refresher, here we are. So the talk, Magpie Population Status and Ecology in the Urban Sacramento Region. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on magpie natural history because you guys know magpies, unlike some of my other audiences. But just a few highlights. One is a reminder that the magpie is one of only two endemic, fully endemic California birds, having never been seen outside of the boundaries of the state, to my knowledge anyway. It has, notwithstanding, it has a limited distribution within the state, occurring in the northern portion of the San Joaquin Valley, the Sacramento Valley, and on the central coast region only. And another thing that makes it interesting for study and conservation purposes is that it nests in colonies and forages in groups. So why is the magpie a species of conservation concern? Well, historically, it was persecuted and poisoned, believed to be, rather than scavenging dead calves, to have killed them, which has not ever been proven. Also, of course, habitat loss has been ongoing within its range in terms of conversion of grasslands and savannas to agriculture and also to development. But recently, the problem has been West Nile virus and its effects. This graph here shows you the population of yellow-billed magpies since the early 2000s when West Nile virus arrived. The decline in the population, magpie numbers are based on Christmas bird count data. The decline occurred very soon after West Nile arrival, and the species has not developed resistance, unlike some other affected species. Overall, there's been about an 85% loss in the population in the Central Valley as of 2019. Thanks, Ed Pandolfino, for summarizing that. And note that the population is somewhat stabilized, but at a low level in recent years. And I should also note that the pattern of decline, this is anecdotal, but it appears to be variable from place to place within the species range. So let's talk a little bit about what we know about magpies. The ecological studies that have been done are extensive, but they've been conducted almost entirely in the Central Coast region, and in fact, almost entirely within the Carmel Valley, in and around the Hastings Reservation, the UC Berkeley field station. The work in the Central Valley is very limited. And basically nothing has been done on foraging nesting habitat, nor on the determinants of what determines population size in various portions of the valley. So I initiated this study. It was my COVID study that I could do close to home. And the goals were to identify where magpies do and don't occur in the Sacramento urban region, to describe the foraging and nesting habitats of the species, and then to determine if habitat conditions determine abundance of the bird and what those specific conditions are, if that was the case. So I started this study by using your eBird data, thank you all, and I selected the 7 sites that had the highest numbers of magpies reported, 7 hotspots that had the highest numbers of magpies reported in the Sacramento area. And these included 3 parks along the American River, 1 at the juncture of the American River and the Sacramento River, and then 3 adjacent to each other along Arcade Creek. The methods I used, I won't go into in detail, but a first key step was to develop an effective census method to describe nesting and foraging habitat, and then in 2021, I expanded the number of survey areas, added an evaluation of the effects of water availability and sources, and refined a population habitat model to determine how populations are affected by habitat and its abundance. So the conclusions from this census effort were, well, first I looked at 2 methods: a direct count of birds and estimates by actually counting nests during the brief period when nests were being worked on and before the leaves had emerged from the deciduous trees which hide the nests. And my conclusion, very simply, without a lot of fanfare here, is that the estimates that you can make from nest counts, count the nests and multiply by 2, are much easier to do, and they're much more repeatable. If you go back to the same site, you get the same number, whereas when you have direct counts, the birds are in groups and they're moving around, and it takes a lot more effort, and it's less repeatable and exact, the estimates you get. So nest counts are the way to go, in my opinion. Here are the results of foraging, looking at foraging habitat and what the birds used. So we identified 8 different land cover types or habitat types, if you will, and looked at the relative abundance of those habitat types, which is shown as a percentage in the orange. And then what did the birds actually use in percentage terms, shown here in the yellow. This work was facilitated by Lily Douglas, who did all the GIS work for me. Thank you. And as you can see here, there are two land covers: irrigated turf and mowed or grazed annual grassland that are disproportionately used, that are selected by magpies for foraging. And I refer to this as low herbaceous habitat. That's what the birds are keying in on to feed. But golf courses, which is also low herbaceous habitat, are not used. Topic for a question if we have time. I'll talk a little about nesting habitat. 98% of the nests were in trees, 2% in human structures. 89% of those trees were deciduous. All of the nests occurred at treetops, as in this tree, usually in large and tall trees. There were 14 different species of trees that were used in this urban area. And interestingly, unlike in the Coast Range, where native trees were used, half of the trees in Sacramento used were native and half were non-native. The predominant species used were valley oak and London plane, which is a non-native cultivar of California sycamore and another sycamore species. So it's an ornamental tree. But the conclusion from all this is that magpies will nest in any tall tree, preferably though if it is deciduous. So this is not a major determinant of occurrence. We just need big trees. We also described 2 nests that fell to the ground. One, the nest tree fell, one, the nest itself. And we characterized these, and it had some interesting implications. First, the nests, as you probably know, are large, 16 pounds in total, they averaged. And they consist of 3 layers, which I did not know before. An outer layer of sticks that we all see, but also a substantial inner mud nest that averaged 3.5 pounds of mud built inside this, this stick mass. And then there's, of course, a lined nest cup. And this just emphasizes the tremendous amount of work that goes into building these structures, and especially transporting the mud to these structures, you know, is quite an ordeal, quite an effort. So this graph, fuzzy as it is, shows you the relationship that we saw between the amount of this low herbaceous habitat, the irrigated turf or mowed or annual or grazed annual grassland, and the number of magpies at these 7 2020 study sites. And you can see there's a good relationship suggested, but it is only 7 points. And we sought in 2021 to expand the study and really look at areas designed to demonstrate various amounts of this low herbaceous habitat to get a better sense of how it may be affecting population sizes. And we also in 2021, we evaluated the effects of different water sources on use of these areas by yellow-billed magpies. And then use this information to refine a habitat population model to predict abundance from habitat conditions. This map here just shows you a typical study site. This is Howe Park in Sacramento. The birds are foraging in these irrigated turf areas, nesting in the large trees within the park, but also out in the neighborhoods. So what did we find with respect to use of flowing water? This graph shows you the sites that had at least 4 hectares, which is 10 acres of low herbaceous habitat, the reason for which I'll explain in a moment. But if you look at those areas and in relation to water sources, you find that those areas that are within 0.5 kilometers or 1/3 of a mile of flowing water, if they have more than 4 hectares of herbaceous habitat, they are very likely to be occupied. Those that are near ponds with that same amount of habitat, not very likely, and if there's no water available, very unlikely to be occupied. So sites near rivers and streams are much more likely to be occupied than areas where ponds are the water source or where water is absent. Well, why is flowing water important? We can't tell you for certain, but we think we have dialed in some of the reasons. First of all, it's a drinking water source. Magpies drink daily. Flowing water is cleaner water than these somewhat stagnant ponds that we find in some of the city parks. Second, and I think very important, is that these areas with their fluctuating water elevations, the rivers and streams, always provide an accessible area of mud for the birds to collect. And so remember, the sites are near water. They're able to efficiently harvest the mud and use it to build nests. A third possibility, which is intriguing, is that flowing water does not support mosquitoes, and thus West Nile virus abundance may be less in areas near streams than near more stagnant ponds. Okay, so what happened with habitat in 2021? This shows you the relationship between the amount of this low herbaceous habitat, mainly consisting of irrigated lawn, turf in these parks, and the numbers of magpies. So if we look at those sites that are near flowing water, you see a very strong relationship. And we can run a regression equation that shows this relationship statistically is strong between habitat amount and population size. So as foraging habitat increases, near flowing water, magpie populations also increase. Another thing that this model or equation allows us to predict is the minimum area that's required to support a small colony, let's say 3 pairs. Remember, the birds are nesting colonially. So if you look at what's the smallest colony that we found, it's about 3 pairs. You need about 10 acres of this lower herbaceous habitat to have magpies present. Well, after we got all done with the study, I said, oh, I guess we should map what this really looked like. And when you did that, it was kind of like, well, duh, there it is. So this map shows you in the blue areas that were occupied by breeding magpies, red unoccupied. The circles show you areas that have at least 4 hectares or 10 acres of lower herbaceous habitat. The squares have less. And what you can see just from looking at this map, most of the occupied areas are right along flowing water, and they are mostly areas with more than 4 hectares, 10 acres of habitat. All these areas that have abundant herbaceous habitat, but that are far from water, unoccupied. No one knew this. I polled the best birders in Sacramento and said, what do you think determines magpie occurrence? No one got it, and I didn't know either. So what are some of the implications of the study? First of all, think about this, that a population that is strongly affected by West Nile virus really shouldn't be showing this strong habitat population relationship. You know, the disease should be controlling the population. So it raises some interesting questions. It suggests that perhaps these urban sites are not as affected by West Nile virus, and thus they may serve as at least a partial refugia from the disease that, you know, in which the populations can still thrive. Why would that be the case? Well, first of all, as I mentioned before, flowing water supports fewer mosquitoes. So maybe we just have less West Nile virus because of that. But a second possibility, and one that only recently occurred to me since I published the paper, is that the level of mosquito control that occurs in urban areas because of concerns about human health may actually be also protecting magpies, and thus urban areas, and thus the urban populations may be more healthy than those elsewhere in the species range, and therefore particularly important to the species overall. This isn't proven, but it's interesting, and it's something worth thinking about and pursuing further. Another point I want to make is just the importance of irrigated turf. I didn't really expect this, but you know, by most people, turf or lawns are considered poor habitat for wildlife, and certainly a big waste of water. Well, it turns out that restoring native habitat on areas of turf near flowing water could really have a detrimental effect on the local magpie population. So one of my key sites that I thought this is really a waste at Ansel Hoffman Park, then should be restored to native habitat, I've changed my mind. Broadly, you know, the implications are that the magpie is another example of a species that is adapted to human landscapes. But that doesn't mean it isn't vulnerable. It still is vulnerable and needs attention and management. So as a declining endemic species, the magpie is worthy of more research and conservation effort to maintain it as a viable and vibrant part of our California avifauna. So with that, I am done, and I'm happy to take any questions, if there are any. Let's see.
It looks like there is one. What are your thoughts on why magpies don't use golf courses?
We have several possibilities. One is magpies are smart, as are many corvids. And it may be that golf courses are too dangerous to use. You know, they get hit, they get killed. That's one possibility. Another is that the mowing regimes are so frequent in golf courses, that perhaps the turf is not generating the food supply in terms of invertebrates, or seeds that are falling are being swept up during mowing, and so they don't produce as much food. And the third possibility is that pesticides may be affecting the quality of the food and the habitat, and somehow the birds have internalized that. So we don't know for sure. It's sort of unexpected, but even when you go there, we were doing this during COVID, and in the early periods, there wasn't a lot of use of golf courses, although eventually I think the use increased, but we just did not see the occurrence, and it's kind of an anomaly.
All right, and we have another question. This one's from Emmett Iverson. Besides West Nile virus, could the drastic orchardization seen in the Central Valley over the last 20 years have contributed to the yellow-billed magpie's decline?
I would only have to speculate there because, as I mentioned, there's been no work done essentially on magpie ecology and habitat use. The only work that's really been done has been surveys and then resurveys of agricultural areas, which showed dramatic declines that were attributable to West Nile virus. But I think this is really a key question: is to what extent and what are magpies using agricultural habitats? We know they're out there, but what are they using? How much do they need? Which crop types are good and bad? That's really not known. And I will mention that we have a little pilot project going with Stanislaus Audubon, where we're going to be looking at some of those questions in agricultural areas this coming spring.
All right, and a question from John Dunn. How established is the connection with West Nile virus? Are there lots of autopsies on dead birds?
Oh yeah, it's firmly established. The Mosquito Abatement District have a program, report a dead bird. The birds are brought in, a certain proportion of them are autopsied. The autopsy reports show extensive damage to the birds that has a very rapid onset. Another thing that points to the cause is there have been no antibodies of West Nile virus found in live birds. So when a bird gets the virus, it dies. It doesn't recover. So it's unusual. Corvids in general have a higher propensity to be affected by West Nile, but crows, jays appear to have recovered and developed antibodies and resistance, but the magpie so far has not shown that. So yeah, it's very clear. I don't think there's any question about that having an effect. But as Emmett noted, there are other factors that we have also noted in terms of habitat loss that could be affecting populations, certainly.
Wow, that's very interesting, Dan. Thank you so much for your talk. And thank you so much for moderating the science sessions today. Very nice to have so much talent represented today, and a lot of great learning was done.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, so coming up next, we have a presentation by Keith Hansen about the field guide to the birds of the Sierra Nevada. And that is going to start at 5 o'clock. So we'll have a very short break while we get ready for that. Just join us in a few moments and we'll start that.
Hello, so we are getting ready to start here on the 5 o'clock program with my dear friend Keith Hansen. So for those of you that don't know Keith, you need to drop by his gallery in Bolinas. Keith is an artist, not just a bird artist. He can illustrate pretty much anything, but he is a bird artist by trade. And he has a wonderful gallery in Bolinas, right on Bolinas Lagoon in Marin County. It's an experience to go to his gallery. If you want to know something about Keith in particular, the best way I can describe Keith, besides him being a real dear friend, is, and Keith knows this. So Keith, you remember the first time we met one another, right?
It was over a marble mirror, wasn't it?
Ancient
mirror. That's right. You're right.
40 years ago, right now. 40 years ago, I was
at
doing
Moss Landing.
Moss Landing, right on Jetty Road. I was doing the very first California birdathon. In fact, I think at the time it was the first birdathon ever. It was a, and it was kind of a pilot thing. And I ended up doing that, representing our local Audubon chapter, San Joaquin Audubon chapter. And I ended up at the end of the day out at Moss Landing, and there was this bird. I could not identify it. I'm actually thumbing through my field guide. Up comes this guy, and he goes, "Oh my God, it's an ancient murrelet." And I was going, "How did you do that?" And it was this young guy he has long hair now, but it was really long back then. And it was Keith, and we hit it off immediately after that. But the best introduction I can give to Keith is this, of the kind of person he is. The second time I met you, Keith, was out at Point Reyes, right there at Drake's Corner, and the infamous for me, skylark was wintering there, and I think this was about the third year. And I had tried many times to try to chase this bird, unsuccessfully. I never ended up seeing it forever. But this was about my 8th time out there, and I am there, and there is this guy in the distance getting all excited, looking through a spotting scope. I run over. I am dead sure he has the skylark right in his scope. And he is just going, "Look at this." I run up to him, and he goes, "Look at this." I look down in his scope, and he has it trained on this water trough out in the distance. I go, "Okay." And all I see is starlings. And I'm looking at this, and I'm trying to find a bird, just any bird, amongst all these starlings. And I look up at him, and I go, all I see is starlings. And he goes, "And aren't they beautiful?" The sun is perfect. And I was going, "Are you Keith?" And he goes, "Yeah, I'm Keith Hansen." It was the second time, and I go, "Okay, what about the skylark?" He goes, "Who cares about the skylark? Aren't they gorgeous?" That, in a nutshell, describes who Keith Hansen is. He is just enamored by anything that's alive, and they were. The lighting on them was perfect. It was, October, so they were in their full, fresh plumage, all spotted out, and they were looking hot like starlings of all things. I'll never forget that. But that is a good introduction to Keith. Keith at the time was living in Fresno, so we were Central Valley guys. We really hit it off. We've been very, very dear friends. Our wives are very, very close. So it is so wonderful to have you on, Keith. Keith is actually in the next room, but it'd be nice if we could actually be side by side, but you guys couldn't hear us if we were. Keith's going to be talking about his new book, and it's not coming up. Anyway, I'm sorry. It is his birds. It's called the Hansen's Field Guide to Birds of the Sierra. And I'm going to read something out of the acknowledgement section. Just ask, and this will be something that Keith can just kind of spin off on. I always go to that first, is the acknowledgement section of any friend that I know that has published a book. I just want to see, who helped them along the way here. And right here in the section that says the following organizations have helped in fundamental ways during the creation of this book. And one of them is David and Suyi with the Central Valley Bird Club. I thank you all. Keith, you actually acknowledged the Central Valley Bird Club and the Symposium in your book. Why do you do that? Why did you do that?
Well, I guess it's probably because aside from my genetic family, the Central Valley Bird Club is my bird family. It always has been. And John Dunn refers to this, and I'm right there with him. And it's just this kind of all-embracing, friendly, open, let's learn, let's have fun, birding's great, let's help the birds, and let's educate young people, and let's protect the environment. And it's just all of the things that I really feel strongly about and that I really believe in are kind of manifest in this structure of this organization. And being a Valley guy with Dave, I mean, God, I mean, it's just unbelievable what you've done with this organization, everybody affiliated with it, the board of directors, probably hundreds of volunteers, everybody. I would make a dummy of myself if I tried to start naming everybody, but everybody that's helped in so many different ways. And there's been hundreds of you, as well as the rich packed, dinner events every year for the last 25 years, and the array, the litany of speakers that have bestowed us all with so much information and knowledge and stuff in the realm of birds, nature, and all things good. It's been great, and that's why it's kind of like a family to me. And whether you guys know it or not, you've had a big influence on just your support. Your support has always been there for me, and it's like I feel so lucky as a person and as an artist, because I know that there's a lot of other artists out there that have to just kind of struggle on their own without that nurturing from behind and from all sides that you guys offer, and I really appreciate that.
So thank you, Keith. That is it means a lot, and I take it very personally, but I hope everyone else that has been attending and has known you and has just enjoyed your company at the event feels that way. So thank you. That's very special. Really love you. Right. And the second question, and I'm going to just ask this of you, and then you can kind of go straight in your program with it. I've known you pretty much all of your adult life, and I have followed your career as an artist forever. And I'm so, I'm not only am I just so happy for you, but as your dear friend that has supported you, I'm so proud of you. I mean, you're just doing so well. And but this book, this guide, it's called the Hansen's Field Guide to the Birds of the Sierra. I'm just wondering if this is first of several, or you have something in mind that you're calling it this Hansen's Field Guide. And this is the first guide that you actually wrote. So you're kind of going the route now of this of Roger Tory Peterson and David Sibley, where you not only did illustrations, but you wrote it as well. And I know that was new for you. And I love your style, as always. I've told you this many times. It reminds me of the way that Rich Stalkup wrote. You have that same flair, but I see that in the guide. And just tell us, how was that whole process with you becoming an author going? And I'll sign off at this point, Keith, and you can go for it and start your program. Thanks, friend.
Oh. All right, thanks, Dave. Okay, well, thank you so much. Your first comment about the name, the Hansen Guide, we didn't even know what the thing was going to be called. I'd been working on the darn thing for 20, 21, 22 years. When I first signed the contract to do this book, Patricia was there, standing behind me with her hand on my shoulder as we were, I took that big fat pen in my hand, and I remember turning around and looking at her going, "Oh, honey, it's going to take 2, 3, 4, 5 years at the outset, well, 23 years later to do 1,400 paintings and then write all the text for the book. It was a long haul. But I'm just glad to have it done. But we get all the way to the end of the book, and I had no idea what the book was going to be called. Birds of the Sierra, okay. We had already done, with the help of Ted Beatty and Ed Pandolfino. I don't know if you can see this. Eek. I'm trying to hold up another book. I guess it's not coming in. Anyway, many of you are familiar with my book called Birds of the Sierra Nevada. All I did for that book was the artwork for it, and that was written by Ted Beatty and Ed Pandolfino. And so that book was originally just going to be one book. We were going to do a field guide. We had been asked, Ted and I had done a book years ago called Discovering Sierra Birds that was kind of a cursory overview of all the birds of the Sierra. But we were approached by the Yosemite Association, and they wanted us to do an all-encompassing book with every species that occurs in the Sierra, with as much information as we could gather. So as the years went by and we gathered that information, it became obvious that we were doing 2 books. There was just too much information, unless we started hacking hundreds of pages for a book that anybody would ever carry in the Sierra in their right mind. And so the first book is The Tome. It was published by UC Press, and it's written by Ted Beatty and Ed Pandolfino. And then I did the artwork for it. Well, I was always illustrating what I thought was going to be one field guide, Birds of the Sierra. See if I can hold this. It's going to be a little glary, but maybe if I put it at a severe angle. Anyway, my new book. And so that book is the field guide. The first book is the life history. And so once the life history was done, and that came out about, oh gosh, I think 5 years ago, I then jumped into writing the text for the field guide. And I'd never written a book before. This is the 13th book that I've done illustrations for, but it's the first one that I've ever written. And so when it came time to like, oh, you're going to write a book now, how are you going to do that? It just kind of dawned on me. And, I just really wanted to, I thought it would be more enjoyable and maybe better and more fun to write a book that I felt was something that sounded like I teach when I'm in the field, when I'm trying to describe what's the difference between a Cooper's and a sharp-shinned hawk. How do you tell a dusky from a Hammond's flycatcher? Oh, why is that a robin and not a Western kingbird, quarter of a mile away in flight? And I didn't really, I had so many people saying, you got to read this book and you got to read these other people, how they write and stuff. And I literally blocked myself off from all other authors for that period of time that I was writing my book, because I God bless them, but I didn't want to be influenced by them. I didn't want to be influenced by anybody other than what came out of me. And one thing, this is like one of the most bizarre things, I was writing about blue grosbeak, and I always try to come up with a little bit of a hook for each bird. So I'm thinking, blue grosbeak, aside from being, flat out gorgeous thing, I thought, blue grosbeaks, they seem a lot like buntings to me. They got that big silver lower mandible. They flick their tails constantly like a bunting. They're blue. They have a black face. They have females are brown with big wing bars, just like a bunting. They sound like a bunting. They live in weedy fields like a bunting. They're kind of like a giant bunting. And so that was going to be my hook. And I wrote this whole thing about the blue grosbeak. It's like, maybe a better name for the blue grosbeak might be the great bunting. The great blue bunting is what I wrote. So then after my book got published, I then began to look at other people's writing, and I was flipping through some old Dawson's, and I just happened to open up to blue grosbeak in Dawson. And he starts out with, the blue grosbeak should actually, be called the great blue bunting. Pick the same name that I picked. And so my book was still in press. I mean, it was still going to press. It hadn't come out yet. So I called the publishers and I'm like, oh my God, this is so bizarre and weird and everything. But could you change what I wrote to the great blue bunting to, could you say it should be called the Goliath bunting? And so they changed the name. They left my text in there, even though it's so similar. Anyway, I don't know why I went off on that tangent, but I wanted to write the way that I wanted to, that I felt was fun. And I just, not to, come down on any other bird books, but a bird book is not typically the kind of book that you have by your nightstand. Maybe because you like to look at the birds at night, but you're not flipping through the pages, reading it all that much like, oh, I like the description of this varied thrush. It's so beautiful. I wanted it to be fun. I wanted it to be something that was enjoyable. I wanted there to be a hook of some kind, something that we all know and love about that species. And why shouldn't it be fun? It still has all the imagery, all the art that I've done that shows you what the bird looks like. Why do you have to say a summer tanager is bright red? Look at the picture, it's red. And so it was, with a lot of help from Steve Howell and then Ted Beatty, who wrote the status and distribution for the Sierra book, and a gentleman by the name of Adam Donkin, who who designed the look of the book. They took all of my 1,400 images and he moved them all facing to the right. So as you look through the book, every bird is facing to the right. And we enlarged and reduced and moved birds around to best represent them with little pointers pointing at the certain field marks like we're all so familiar with. And so with that, with Ted's help for the status and distribution, with Adam's help for designing it, and then me writing it and doing all the artwork, we went forward with this with Heyday Books out of Berkeley, and they published the book. And so with that being said, you can all look at the book when you see it, or if you see it and look at the artwork and, look at it, whatever. But I think tonight what I would like to do would be to maybe read some of the species accounts, maybe just a paragraph or two from particular species that are fun. I just, I really wanted to write something special about each and every single bird. So I don't know what order I've put these in, but I think it's kind of just a fun order of this, that, and the other. And they're all birds that we know, and I'm sure many of you love. The first picture, this is my Hansen's Field Guide to the Birds of the Sierra Nevada. And then this is me holding one of the plates. I call it a plate. Of course, you don't eat off it. It's not a dinner plate, but it's called a plate. And there's 70 of these. You can see how big it is. That's the original. And there's 320 species in the Sierra, and I was given 70 plates. So if there's 320 species, that comes to about 4.5 species per plate on average. So here's a typical one where I actually do measurements of the bird's size and then allot that creature X amount of space on the plate so that each bird, bigger species, gets more square footage than a smaller one. So like if you look at this one, you'll see the buntings at the top. I've got the indigo and the lazuli bunting. And then I've even got a hybrid indigo lazuli off to the left because those things show up. And so every species was illustrated, all 320 species, and that's kind of how a typical plate works. Here's the cover of the book we were trying to show you. And I like the fact that the designers chose something really red, something really blue, and something really yellow. And that kind of, those are the three primary colors. And just, the fact that there's like that vermilion flycatcher that's a molting male, and you can't really see it too well. Well, on the upper left-hand corner, that gray bird has stumped a lot of people. A lot of people think it's a house wren. It's actually a juvenile dipper and a different race of orange-crowned warbler on the left. So instead of it being all, great gray owls and black-backed woodpeckers, the charismatic species, I wanted something a little bit different. Here, when you open up the book, of course, there's the anatomy. It's embarrassing to use lark sparrow again because so many people use lark sparrow, but for the anatomy section. But I just love that bird because it's such a beautiful bird, and each defined part of the bird's body and face is well illustrated on the actual bird. And then the next one is the varied thrush, pointing to the anatomy of all of the different body parts, and trying to keep it as simple as I can and really clear and concise. Very Western species. So let's jump into maybe some of the species accounts. Let's start with a bird that is like, bigger in the San Joaquin Valley than anywhere I know, the yellow-billed magpie. So this is what I've written about them. Enhances the Golden State simply by bestowing beauty. If a new state bird of California is ever needed, this species should be strongly considered as its entire range lies within the state's borders. And then in my description, the bird, eye-catching in plumage, rich in personality. Adult is slightly heavier than California's scrub jay, boldly struck in logo-like patterning. It is the perfect symbol to represent the California heartland, sauntering below massive valley oaks. This rainbow crow parades cobalt blue wings and a green tail tipped in purple. And then I go on and on about that. And so just to get started, another bird that, everybody in the summer, when February, March rolls around and the first kingbirds start to show up and you hear that sound in the valley, that summer's not far around the corner. So for Western kingbird, I wrote, from barbed wire fences along sunny country roads, it's chattering from this boisterous bird enlivened Sierra foothills. Breeding pairs communicate vociferously, often while on the wing. Harassing a passing hawk or pirouetting over golden fields of grass, this bird enjoys a big presence in California's warm hotland. On hot days, the bird juts its shoulders forward, linebacker style. Y'all see it with its shoulders up. Hornlarks, I'm always so impressed by watching them flying. They always almost scare me a little bit. Sometimes if I'm driving across the Central Valley and you see these flocks of hornlarks zipping in front of the car, they're moving so fast and with such velocity that I really wanted to write about the display of the hornlark where they go up into the sky. And so this is what I wrote about hornlarks. Long-winged, nimble, and exceptionally swift, flocks sweep frightfully close to the ground, cleaving the air just above it. Death-defying, the breeding display is dramatic. Slipping Earth's embrace, the male ascends to dizzying heights. Lost in the warm folds of summer's hazy sky, the lark is a challenge to spot. Teasing lift from thermals, it appears to float. Like a delicate waterfall pouring forth song, sweet tinkling notes sprinkle, cascade, and tumble to earth. As the curtain closes on this airy performance, the male folds his wings, bows earthward, and plummets stone-like. A hair's breadth before impact, he mercifully levels off and lands safely. That's hornwort. And barn swallow, God, who doesn't like a barn swallow? I mean, they're just like, they're just a joy to behold, and they're just so, they seem like they're just filled with joy. And for the barn swallow, they always, what did I say here? Shaped for speed. With a nearly worldwide distribution, this aerialist looks fast, even when sitting still. Perched or in flight, this long-distance migrant likely possesses the longest wings in relation to its body of all Sierra passerines. In the flight, smartly tailored, a bird of sleek design, graceful lines, and polished exterior. Flashy tailband comes standard along with internal navigation system and automatic braking. Expect tremendous performance from this bird on the wing. Nimble in crowded situation, enjoys rapid acceleration, corners beautifully, and with natural cruise control is built for the long haul. That's barn swallow. Oh, song sparrow. Little brown bird, but who doesn't love the, what did I say? Did I say barn swallow? Barn sparrow? Song sparrow. Woo, Lordy. Song sparrow. Song swallow, barn sparrow. Okay, song sparrow. Are birds happy? Do they express elation? If jubilation is measured by frequency of song, then this must be a cheerful bird. Much of the year and at different hours of the day, this songster saturates wooded space with joyful refrain. Rare in sun-drenched land, infrequent in lofty canopy, this down-to-earth bird tends the domain of the low-lying. In elaborate tangles, swaying cattail, or cool understory, it melds. Typically, doesn't form flocks, but any caucus of winter sparrows usually has one or two in attendance. Stroll through its living room, and from behind shadowed lattice, it observes and assesses. Inquisitive, rarely vexed, it offers soft calls until its castle's sanctity is restored by your departure. And then yellow-rumped warbler, you know, there's a lot of controversy about yellow-rumped warbler, and there probably always will be, as to whether they're one species or two. We illustrated them here, not necessarily as two species, but so distinctly different looking, both in their appearance, but in so many other aspects that I decided to kind of give a little bit. Can you click it to the next picture? Here's the yellow-rumped Audubon, and then here's the yellow-rumped myrtle. And so I'm going to read from this about what I wanted to point out that was different between the two. So here's the difference. Here's some aspects about these two birds. Beginning birders often lament, warblers are hard. Many cut their teeth on yellow-rumped because it is common year-round, frequents most habitats, and pauses for inspection. Becoming very familiar with this bird opens doors of understanding to all warbler identification. Slightly larger than Townsend's, note its style of movement and fly-catching habits. Learn well the chip notes and feather topography. Get a feeling for the anatomy, overall size, and weight. Primarily an insectivore, see how it feeds from sapsucker whales or eats fruit in lean times. Appreciate the sexual, racial, and age variation of its plumages. Consider hybrids exhibiting traits of both subspecies. And lastly, behold the radical transformation in plumage from winter to spring. So those are just some aspects I wanted people to understand about that one. Ooh, Kingfisher. The Joe Pesci of the bird world. Let's see. Kingfishers. Ranging from sparrow to crow size, Earth's nearly 120 kingfisher species exhibit audacious color combinations, large, often crested heads, long, straight bills, and tiny feet. And I'm going to just describe the voice of the kingfisher. Unreservedly vocal. Translated, Kingfisher's clamorous rants would not be appropriate for children under the age of 18. Bold, raucous, and in your face. Bobbing its expressively crested head, it seems to be saying, "You looking at me?" With a dry rattle, it advertises its presence with the cadence and sweet appeal of a rapidly firing machine gun. Tail slowly pumping, kingfishers produce a soft, throaty, annoyed chatter. pheasant. Oh my gosh. Not a native species, but deserves our attention, I think. I have never even seen a pheasant in Marin County. So when I'm in the valley, you guys are lucky. Get to enjoy your pheasants because they are stunning. Ringneck pheasant, adult male, dressed in regal motif, impresses. Appears assembled from the finest textiles of burnished copper and satiny bronze. Embellishments include erectile ear tufts, scarlet face wattling, framing the eyes, and an exceedingly long tiger striped tail. The adult female, the color of winter fields, she vanishes in dry grasslands. Face unmarked, crown, upperparts, and tail mottled ebony brown. Underparts sparingly marked by spots and chevrons. And then I wanted to just describe the flight. Takes wing with startling rush of loud flaps and harsh call notes. At full speed, ceases flapping, bows wings, and as if on rails, glides great distances. How are we doing on time? We got 3 more minutes. I'm just going to keep banging them out. Here we go. Here's a great horned owl here. Great horned owl, lord of the night. Roosting in seclusion, deep within shaded forest, or sheltered in a cranny, high on a cliff face, this sturdy, full-bodied, and fearsome predator possesses the erect ears and focused glare of an enormous cat. Daylight elucidates a large, motionless form, the color and pattern of autumn wood. The bane of the songbird world, uproarious commotion and agitated notes erupt upon the disclosure of this ominous carnivore. Face set within a slowly swiveling turret, it stares down through narrow eyes of sleepy indifference. This look of calm and passivity is deceptive, for when dusk settles, this powerful figure moves forth into darkness to seize and spirit away prey, be it the size and gravity of a cat or the insignificance of an annoying bird who hurls insults by day. Ooh. What's next? One more? Cooper's hawk. Cooper's hawk. There's a lot of Cooper's hawks. Frances was just telling me about one that's been bathing in her fountain. I can only imagine the rush that hawk is getting with that water jetting up into its tummy. Okay, Cooper's hawk. Between sharp-shinned and northern goshawk in size, a fierce hunter of forest and field. Stealthy. Cooper's fixes deep in shadow, biding its time for the incautious, or when opportunities are presented, on the wing. Victim seized, the bird spreads its wings and mantles, covering prey from others, like a muscle-bound trucker hunched over his grub at the local diner. Let's see, you know what? Let's pop all the way to the very last ones because we've run out of time. We go Grackle, yellow-headed blackbird. That's the last one. We got 1 more minute. So I'm going to finish with yellow-headed blackbird. And, you know, you're all over at Mono Lake in the spring and you see these guys, or up in the northeastern part of California. Yellow-headed blackbirds are really quite something. And we're really fortunate to have these in our world. Yellow-headed blackbird, breeding or tending young. Most birds are, excuse me, blah, blah, blah. Let me start over. Yellow-headed blackbird, breeding or tending young. Most birds seek seclusion and calm, correct? Perhaps. After swallows, marsh nesting blackbirds are as gregarious as breeding songbirds get. And the yellow-headed, it reproduces in a state of utter commotion. Find yourself within a colony, late spring, wild and clamorous, scattered about with ego swollen, chests inflated, displaying males boast and swagger, bobbing on arcing cattails, wings flexed. They endorse their flawless wing spot with the subtlety of a boxer kissing his biceps. Bustling, females come and go, bills packed with leggy groceries for perpetually famished chicks. With the single-minded purpose of genetic renewal, males create unearthly noises that startle and amaze. So those are just a few of the 320 species that are in the Sierra book, and I hope you rush right out and get one. So anyway, they are available on my website. It's just my name, keithhansen.com. And if you are in Bolinas, I would love to see all of you come by, give me a call ahead of time and let me know you're coming. And maybe we can even go poke around and look at some birds or something.
Yay. Thank you, Keith.
You're welcome, Dave.
That was
Thank you.
wonderful, wonderful. So, and again, Keith, if someone wants to get the book, I guess it's easy to get it online.
Yeah, just my name, keithhansen.com. Patricia helped design a website that is got it on there, and you just click on there and can order it online.
Perfect. The most wonderful Christmas gift ever that you can give, or get one for yourself. Thanks, Keith. So appreciate you being here. Appreciate
All
you a
right.
lot.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
So we're going to take a 15-minute break here so that Jen can get coordinated with Kimball Garrett, who will be our last speaker, our keynote speaker, going on in about 15 minutes. Stay tuned.
So we are going to continue with our last program of the event, and it's going to be Kimball Garrett, which is wonderful. So for those of you that don't know Kimball is a native Southern Californian. He is currently the collections manager at the LA Museum of Natural History. Kimball, it says you started in 1982, 40 years ago. Are you about ready to retire? He laughs.
Pretty soon, yeah.
Good.
I'm getting ready.
You're getting ready. You're like an institution there. You've been there for so long, and I know you like it a lot. So I'm sure that's why you continue to do it. And I'm sure you serve them well. I know you serve the birding community down there real well. They love you down there. For those of you, I think most of you know, but if you don't know, Kimball and John Dunn go way back. They're childhood friends. They've authored many things together, probably most famously, The Birds of Southern California, Status and Distribution. They also did a Peterson Guide to Warblers as well, and many other things. And I think many will acknowledge that Kimball might be the foremost birding expert and ornithologist down in Southern California, and well-deserved. John may have something to say with that. Kimball is as well just an amazing historian when it comes to ornithology. He loves the topic. He speaks so well on it. And so happy, Kimball, that you're going to give us a program on a half-century perspective of how birds, birding, and ornithology have changed California. So thanks, Kimball.
Certainly. So I'm going to go ahead, as everybody says, and share my screen, see if that works. We should get a full screen in a second. There you go. So yeah, no, David, thank you very much for the invitation. David called me and asked me if I'd be interested in presenting. And I said yes, because I think the Central Valley Birding Symposium is great and a lot of fun, even virtually. It's more fun in person. And then after I said yes, I realized, well, I don't really have anything to talk about. And then it occurred to me, well, you know, one thing that happened is I've gotten really old. And when you're old, you kind of have permission to look retrospectively at the past. So I figured, well, I've been birding for well over 50 years now. And it might be interesting to the folks attending to kind of hear my perspective, or any perspective, on how things have changed, both in birding, the birds themselves, and the science of ornithology in that time. And so that's what I kind of settled on talking about. So roughly the time period, I'd start in the late 60s when I really began birding in earnest, and come up to the present day. So that's a roughly 50+ year time span. Now, the changes I'm going to talk about will not be very surprising to many of you who are older and have been birding for a long time. But some of you are older but haven't been birding for a long time, and many others of you are younger and maybe don't remember the 60s and 70s very well, or even more likely were not born yet in the 60s, 70s, or maybe even 80s, maybe even 90s. And so I thought the retrospective might be of interest. So a lot of what I'm talking about is kind of global. Certainly I'll refer to California, and I'll refer to the Central Valley, which you see here in white. Gee, I wonder why that is, as much as I can with examples. So it's always, I think, good for clarity to talk about the Central Valley. So here's the kind of clarity that we sometimes have. So a lot has changed in the last 50 years or so. You know, Richard Nixon, whatever you might think of him, and despite his disgraceful exit from the presidency, under his presidency, some of the major environmental laws in the last half century have been passed. So you've got to give it credit. And, you know, politics is very different nowadays. But I think we'll leave politics out of this as much as possible and get on with the birds. The other thing, you know, 50 years ago, John Donne was really into Neil Young and he barely heard of Leonard Cohen. So that's a pretty major sea change, I think, that's happened over the last few decades. So I'm going to kind of organize this looking at three sets of things: changing birds, changing birding, and changing ornithology. It's just sort of my thoughts on things. I don't expect this is comprehensive or maybe even always correct sometimes, but like I say, as a birding elder, I get to have a retrospective and you have to listen to it. So certainly some of the things we have noticed the most of changing birds are range expansions, and you've heard about some of those already. So here are just some examples. In the lower left, of course, you heard about great-tailed grackles earlier. Just some of the other species you might think of, the black skimmers, which essentially were not in California prior to the late 60s and early 70s, became actually a rather common breeding bird on the southern coast and the Salton Sea, and in fact have bred in the Bay Area and even the San Joaquin Valley, the Tulare Basin, the southern part of the Central Valley. This rapid expansion has probably kind of tailed off a bit, but that's certainly a dramatic change. On the upper right, you're all pretty much aware of barred owls and their march westward and then into the northwest and then south into California. Just a few records for the Central Valley or the areas ringing the Central Valley. In fact, they've become so common in some areas that they've perceived as a threat to spotted owls and have been culled in many areas. So this is just a specimen we prepared at the Natural History Museum that was the victim of, well, being too many of them up in Oregon several years ago. And another dramatic expansion has been, and this is in general can be extended to a lot of warm water birds or subtropical water birds, has been the neotropic cormorant, as you see in the lower right here next to a double-crested cormorant, as they have expanded, now rather common birds of the Salton Sea, expanding into some of the coastal areas, and I think have occurred north into the at least southern Central Valley. Just some other examples of things that have expanded. Hooded mergansers, both in their breeding range and their winter abundance in California. The vermilion flycatcher has expanded rather dramatically through Southern California, with more of them seeming to venture up into the Central Valley and the northern coast. Boobies of several species are now rather routine off from at least the warmer waters of Southern California and in smaller numbers farther north. Now, that's not terribly relevant to the Central Valley, but used to be an occasional influx of blue-footed and a few browns, but now pretty much every year we get 5 species of boobies, at least in the warmer waters of the coast of Southern California. And then the Allen's hummingbird, of course, at least in Southern California urban areas, has expanded very dramatically and is the abundant hummingbird over most of the urban coastal slope of Southern California. Again, I won't even be shocked if someday resident populations move into at least the San Joaquin Valley. They seem to be into the Western Mojave Desert in small numbers already. Not only range shifts, but sometimes just population increases and what I would call cultural shifts are occurring in native birds. So for example, Cooper's hawks, which were on the Audubon Blue list as a bird of real conservation concern 3 or 4 or 5 decades ago, has now become a common sight in urban areas throughout California. I call it cultural because I think it's sort of, to put it anthropomorphically, sort of occurred to them that, hey, you know, people aren't really shooting us anymore. These people may not be so bad after all. And on top of that, they even put out bird feeders that attract all the things we like to eat. So now there's no shortage of Cooper's hawks. Again, quite a change over the last few decades. I'm not sure if this is a widespread phenomenon, but certainly in Southern California, the western gull, which was strictly marine, found only along the coast, has sort of again learned that, hey, if I go inland into the LA basin and other coastal urban areas in from the coast, there's all sorts of stuff to eat. There's garbage, there's people's French fries that they drop, there's no shortage of stuff to eat. So when I started working at the Natural History Museum near downtown LA in the early 1980s, I never saw Western gulls. Now it's a very common bird, not only throughout the Exposition Park where the museum is, but throughout downtown LA and even into some of the valleys. Because, and again, this is what I'd call a cultural shift, because they've just sort of learned where the food is. Other changes might be a little more subtle or maybe a little more directly involved with human intervention, but Cassin's kingbirds, for example, seem to be more widespread and common in the winter time, probably responding to fruiting trees that are planted because they eat a lot of fruits during the winter. California condors, of course, have had real ups and downs since the late 60s. By the late 80s, of course, all the wild birds were taken into captivity, but now with successful captive breeding and reintroduction, they're getting to be actually, a few hundred of them now in the wild, so that's quite a change. And then, of course, you're all familiar in the Central Valley with the ups and downs of the Swainson's hawk, which virtually disappeared, but now has become much more common as a breeding bird, or regained a lot of its numbers in the Central Valley and even become an urban breeder in some areas. So lots of ups and downs, lots of changes. And that's not even accounting for the introductions that birds that are not native to this area. And these introductions really peaked from the 1960s through the 1980s with a huge pet trade, with a few things becoming established even after that. But the trade really was reduced after the early 1990s with the Wild Bird Conservation Act, and yet we still see new things becoming established. So just some examples would be the scaly-breasted munia, which you are now proud to have some small populations of, at least in the Sacramento Valley, San Joaquin Valley area, the Bay Area, and of course it's a very common bird in much of Southern California. And they move around like crazy. I mean, recently there was a small flock at Furnace Creek Ranch in Death Valley, so there seems to be no stopping these guys. Egyptian geese on the upper right, becoming much more widespread in Southern California, with some occasionally farther north. And the lower photos show pin-tailed whitas, including a breeding male on the right. They are booming as well. You can see flocks into triple digits in some parks in Southern California. And they're basically following the scaly-breasted munias, because as a brood parasite, of course, they need a host species. The scaly-breasted munia is not a natural host. They occur in different areas, the whita in Africa, the munia in India and Southeast Asia, but it seems to be their preferred host in California. So if you're starting to get munias in the Central Valley, you're probably going to have whitas not far behind. And of course, parrots in great variety in Southern California and some urban areas, Stockton, Sacramento, the Bay Area, and so on. So again, here for the pet trade. And then you're all familiar, of course, with the expansion of the Eurasian collar dove through most of California, in fact, most of the Western Hemisphere nowadays. This is a bird that did not occur in California in the 1960s and 70s, or even 80s, with a tiny population starting in the late 80s, early 1990s, and the big boom later on. So lots of changes there with non-native species. Of course, with all those increases, there's a concomitant number of decreases, maybe even more. So you're familiar again with a lot of the travails of birds in the Central Valley or elsewhere in California, the tricolored blackbird being one of the poster children for severely declining populations, partly because they had so far to fall, being such an abundant colonial breeder in the past, now a bird of real conservation concern. Fulvous whistling ducks, which got into the southern Central Valley, now basically gone from California, with just the rare individual showing up in the south. And maybe not so relevant to the Central Valley, but wood storks, which used to come into the Salton Sea by the hundreds every year, have basically stopped coming into California as post-breeding wanderers, just one or two individuals still kicking around. So that's been a really dramatic change. And we know that, of course, bird populations in general have, of many species, especially migratory species and grassland species, have greatly declined. And you all heard the press about these studies which suggested up to 3 billion birds have been lost from our avifauna, with species such as the rusty blackbird having declined especially severely. So again, good news and bad news. And it got me thinking that, you know, as birders, we all love to find vagrants. Think of the changes that have happened in the last 50 plus years. So blackpoll warblers, we know, you know, it was considered a super rarity prior to the 1960s, of course, in California. But starting then and into the 70s, it turned out that, yeah, we get actually quite a few blackpoll warblers, at least every fall, and a handful in spring. And in fact, even in recent years, there's some big years in the 70s and 80s, and even in recent years, we still get a fair number. But in interpreting that, think of the increase not only in the number of birders in the last 50 years, but also the number of bird sightings that actually see the light of day and get reported and get into the databases. And so not only do we have orders, maybe at 1 to 2 orders of magnitude more birders, but it's so easy now for them to report sightings that things don't go unreported. And so think of it 2 ways. If we had as many birders now and the ease of reporting back in the 60s and 70s, before blackpoll warbler populations really crashed, as have many migratory birds, how many would have been found back then? And likewise, you know, nowadays, if the populations hadn't crashed with all the birders we have around, how many would we be finding every year? So, you know, both the bird populations and the birder populations in effort have been kind of changing, and you have to consider both of those when looking at the occurrence of vagrants. And speaking of vagrants, our eyes have really been opened. I think that we realize vagrancy is such a more common phenomenon, and even really outlandish accidental type vagrancy occurs more often than we ever would have thought. So, you know, when you think back in the 1960s, you know, who would have expected a species like the Gould's petrel? Well, of course, it wasn't even called that back then. Would have occurred in California. This is a poorly known seabird of the basically Southwest Pacific. Or a marsh sandpiper, an old world Tringa sandpiper, which has now a couple records for the Central Valley. Who would have ever thought of that? Who would ever even have heard of them back then? A yellow-browed warbler, well, not in the Central Valley, but just over the hills over the mountains to the east. Couch's kingbird. Okay, well, that's this thing you might see in southern Texas and into Mexico, but they wouldn't occur in California, right? And yet they've occurred even in the Central Valley. So our awareness of the possibilities has really grown. And so, you know, things like, again, we never would have considered in the 60s, like a northern gannet in California. Well, of course, they're fossil gannets from the North Pacific, but this is the first one in recent times ever. White-chinned petrel, again, another Southern Hemisphere seabird we never would have considered here. And even Manx shearwater, you know, I certainly vividly remember the arguments about the species identification of the first many Manx shearwaters or potential Manx shearwaters in California. And now we realize, no, this is a bird that actually is occurring off California, and even regularly, and perhaps there's even a population breeding somewhere in the Northeast Pacific Ocean. So we've gone from these big arguments in the records committees about whether these even are Manx shearwaters to recognizing this is now a regular part of our avifauna. Other things like a common cuckoo. This is actually how the photo was published. I didn't cut its head off. I think that's a BJ Stacy photo. I think the attribution didn't make it out of the slide. But again, not on anybody's radar for California 50 years ago. And even a bird that might have been collected for the first time or sighted for the first time in the 1960s in California, the dusky-capped flycatcher. Well, who would have guessed back then that it would actually be a regular wintering bird, at least in the coastal slope of Southern California, with records widely scattered through the state now. So just very different. And even more subtle changes. So with range shifts, we start to have to worry about hybrid combinations we never would have been concerned about decades ago. So for example, the glossy ibis, which colonized the New World and then spread from eastern, southeastern into western US in small numbers. We now know certainly hybridizes with white-faced ibis. So not only are we kind of surprised in retrospect that, or would have been surprised a long time ago that glossy ibis even get to California, but now we have to worry about their hybrids with white-faced ibis. But it's not only bird distributions and numbers that have changed. The birds themselves actually are being documented as changing even in the last 50 years. So we think of evolution as a process that requires, eons. We think in terms of millions of years or tens of millions of years, but actually we can document evolution on a very short time scale. So the birds themselves are changing. And this is data from Dave Field Museum, which is looking at window kills taken into the Field Museum over many, many decades. And they've actually documented that the bird size, at least based on this study, is shrinking as a result of warming climate, which is a relationship between body size and temperature that you would have predicted. And there are many other similar studies now showing these subtle changes in wing length, body size, vocalizations, and other things as the world changes, as the climate changes. And certainly climate change is a major driver for why birds themselves are changing. So the organization formerly known as the Point Reyes Bird Observatory actually came out with a paper way back when it was still known as the Point Reyes Bird Observatory, trying to predict the effects of climate change on California bird distributions. And so it was on the radar even back in the 70s and into the 80s. And of course now the climate change is pretty much consuming all of us with its impacts on humans, on birds, and on everything else. But okay, not only has birding changed, have birds changed, but birding has changed. And I hardly need to tell you about this, but certainly birding has become incredibly increased. The popularity has increased incredibly in the last several decades. So I must say, has the carbon footprint of birding, although you have to look at that sort of, back in the 70s, you probably drove a big car that got 15 miles to the gallon and didn't have a catalytic converter and so on. So now we drive cars that get 30 or maybe 40 or more miles to the gallon, but we drive them tens of thousands of miles a year because we have to go get our county birds in all the different counties. So I guess it's probably safe to say that in the 1960s and 70s, we didn't think about the carbon footprint of our birding, but now we do. I gave a talk many years ago. I called birding on $4 a gallon because gas were creeping up. And I thought, well, aren't there ways we can do our birding where we don't have to consume so much, drive so much, consume so much gasoline? If I gave that talk now, of course, I'd have to call it birding on $5 a gallon. And who knows what I'd call it in another few years. And of course, a major change in the birding has been the increasing sophistication of field guides. So back in the 60s, I remember the red letter day when the Golden Guide came out, the Birds of North America. We had the Peterson Western Guide, and this was a real advance because it had things like color plates, facing page notes and maps, and sonograms and so on. And we look at it now as something that was actually pretty primitive and not terribly well executed. So I think the gold standard today remains the National Geographic Guide and of course Sibley Guide as well. But there are many other approaches. So for example, Richard Crossley and his photo guides and so on. But we would all agree that there's much more detailed and accurate field ID information in field guides, on apps, and of course, more specifically in various identification papers and things that are widely published. Another thing, of course, that's happened in birding is a very severe changes in the technology of how we communicate. So think about back to the late 60s. If you were lucky enough to find a really rare bird, how would you let people know about it? So basically, you would hope that you could find a telephone booth somewhere. This is actually not a late 60s telephone booth because it doesn't have a rotary dial. It's actually got buttons on it. But you'd have to find the nearest phone booth, call somebody, maybe they would be tied into some kind of telephone tree where they call others who call others and people would find out about it. Nowadays, pretty much everybody who's graduated out of diapers has one of these fancy phones and can instantaneously call or post or otherwise spread the word about any unusual bird that they found. But just again, it's hard to imagine how different things were 50 years ago. So this is I'm proud to say, my membership card in ARBA. Bill Principe organized this, and basically you could call, if you found a rare bird, you could call ARBA and leave all the details, and then ARBA would call everybody else who was a member. Later, it kind of graduated into the bird box where you had to call in, but ARBA would call you. You had to know how many species of loons were found in California to get past the question, basically the password, which at the time and still is 5 species. But again, things have changed greatly, and word gets out instantaneously about all birds nowadays. And of course, maybe the most extreme change has been how we record and report information on birds. And I'm not going to go into eBird at all because it's so widespread and used by almost everybody that you all know about it. I would certainly add iNaturalist as another way of recording information about birds. The nice thing about iNaturalist is that it requires that you post a photo, so there's documentation for every individual sighting. But unlike eBird, iNaturalist doesn't. You can't put in entire lists. You can't put in birds that you saw but did not photograph or audio record. But these are both incredibly huge databases now, and you can mine these for all sorts of information. You've heard some talks in just the last couple of days about data from eBird. Another thing, of course, is the ease and the increased technology of photography and audio recording. So back in the 60s and 70s, a relatively small percentage of rare bird sightings were photo documented, or certainly almost none had any audio recordings. Nowadays, it's the vast majority that have that kind of documentation. So sophisticated modern cameras make it much easier to get these photos. And again, some of you younger folks probably have never gone through the agony of having to wait like a week for your slides to be developed to see if your rare bird photo even turned out okay. Flight shots and flight IDs, it's becoming a much bigger thing now. See some of Ryan Terrell's photos on the bottom here. And of course, getting audio recordings and then their spectrographic analysis and being able to compare them to large databases like Xenoconto and the Macaulay Library, and of course, Nathan Peplow's excellent guides and so on. So this has all just vastly changed from the dark ages of the 60s and early 70s. And then, of course, when you have birds that are considered by the Bird Records Committee, both in California and other committees, that's a big change. So one of the biggest changes and most important advances in California birding and Western North American birding in the last 50 plus years was the establishment of California field ornithologists in 1970, and right thereafter the establishment of the California Bird Records Committee. Of course, CFO, California Field Ornithologist, is now expanded to Western Field Ornithologists, but there was no committee. There was really no way of vetting bird sightings other than what Audubon Field Notes, which became American Birds, which became Field Notes, which became North American Birds. Their regional editors just kind of making decisions on their own. So this has been a huge change again since in the period since I started birding. So not only have birds changed and has birding changed radically, but ornithology and the science of birds has changed quite a bit too. And so we now have a much better understanding of the origin of birds, or what we would now call avian dinosaurs. The advent of modern genomics has really revolutionized our understanding of birds at all taxonomic levels, from the relationships of the orders right on down to the species and within species levels. And not only have genomics informed this, but the ease and expense of genomic analysis have really changed over the years. High quality tissues and very expensive analyses have now given way to much relatively cheaper analyses, and the ability to use just bits and pieces of feathers or blood or scat or other things to get a lot of information. And the technology just gets better all the time. And this has revolutionized our understanding of relationships and the sequence of orders and families, which is why field guide sequences need to change so often, and right down to the level of the genus and the species, and lots of lumps and splits there. So, you know, we now know that birds are well nested within the theropod dinosaurs, and then there's increasing data which shows exactly, you know, where and how they evolved. And there's just innumerable papers and books on this subject. This is a more popular book by Luis Chiappi, giving birds the rather, I don't know, flowery title of glorified dinosaurs. And then, of course, our understanding of the relationships of the different orders and families of birds has radically changed. That's why you see species sequences changing so much. So we have, you know, if you look on the upper left, we have the paleomath birds, the ostriches, and so on. Then the chickens and ducks, and then you have a whole suite of land birds, of pigeons and swifts and hummingbirds and turacos and cuckoos and so on. Then a whole variety of water birds, and then a variety of land birds. Go over to the right, including on down through birds of prey, and the near passerines are things like seriamas and parrots and falcons, which cluster together with the passerines. And then finally the songbirds are passerines. So that's radically changed again since the late 60s and 70s. So we've, you know, always debated, for example, what is a wren tit? Well, we know it's not a wren, we know it's not a tit, but is it a babbler? Is it a Sylviid warbler? Is it a wren? Well, what is it? And the most recent genetic data allies it with groups of babblers, which sometimes, or turns out the babblers, the true Sylviid warblers, and the parrotbills are all closely related groups. And the wren tit aligns with the Sylviids, and actually most closely with the parrotbills of eastern, primarily of Eastern and Southeastern Asia, something that would not have been considered, again, many decades ago. And right down to the species level. So, you know, we have known that the golden plovers that we used to call the lesser golden plover had two distinct taxa, the Pacific and the American, but they were considered conspecific when we started birding, and now split as separate species. And some are still argued, you know, the red crossbill, how many species is it? Some would argue really just one highly variable species. Others may want to recognize upwards of, you know, 8, 10 or more species. So lots of debate. The debates will always continue, but the amount of information we have is growing all the time. Again, a species level decisions. Is there one species of fox sparrow? Are there 2 or 3 or 4? Those may not get resolved, but like I say, the information we have increases all the time with morphometrics, with genetics, with behavioral studies, vocal studies, and so on. So museum ornithology has actually changed quite a bit in recent years too. So I've worked at the Natural History Museum in LA since 1982, and things have changed radically in my experience there over 4 decades. Certainly the collections remain very important, but for example, the increased use of specimens for molecular analysis has been overwhelming. So probably a half to 2/3 of our requests for specimen, for the use of specimens, is for tissue samples or toe pads or skin snips from specimens for DNA analysis. Certainly there's others still doing morphology and using the specimens themselves, but the molecular work has really skyrocketed. You can do other kinds of chemical analyses, like stable and isotope analyses of feather and bones, to gain insight into diet, into linking winter and breeding ranges, and so on. And another huge change has been integrating the data from hundreds and hundreds of different collections into these aggregated global databases like BirdNet or GBEF. So everybody knows now what everybody has. And that wasn't the case when I started. I'd get a letter in the mail saying, well, what do you have of this species? And I'd go and look and poke around and type up a letter and send it back to them. And eventually they might write back and say, can I borrow this or that? Nowadays, people contact me and they know more about what I have than I know. And it's very easy to use the collections and do these transactions. And there's so much more we can do now with specimens with increasing technology like CT scanning of entire specimens to kind of look inside, for example, whole, preserved, pickled specimens. Color analysis, instead of holding up a swatch of color that has some lovely name on it, like, you know, sienna brown or something, you can now actually numerically analyze color by looking at hue and so on, and be much more specific and quantitative about it. Also, the standard specimens used to be study skins with nothing else saved, or perhaps they would be a skeleton or a whole pickled bird. But now the idea of making complexes from a given specimen, so saving the skin, at least part of the specimen, tissues, stomach contents, parasites. You might be able to scan the specimen, 3D imaging. The Moore Laboratory of Zoology at Occidental College in LA has got a beautiful program now of doing 3D imaging of their specimens and rotating so you can see the entire specimen online. And a lot of museums are doing that kind of documentation now. And of course, archiving other aspects of the birds as well, like voice recordings, videos that may, or in some cases may not be associated with specimens. So this has been a real boon to ornithology over the last few decades, kind of increasing the utility of specimens. And if you look at ornithology in general, I would say one of the biggest changes over the year, in addition to these advances in genetics and other things, has been this increasing imperative to make your studies relevant to bird conservation, and also to communicate your findings to lay audiences. So if you read a paper in an ornithological journal nowadays, you'll not only see an abstract, but you'll see a lay summary that anybody in theory can understand. And you'll see a whole suite of tweets about the content and so on to satisfy those addicted to social, whatever you call those things, social websites and so on. What do you call those? Social media, social, whatever you call them. I'm not very social, so I don't know. But even the journal names have changed. So the you know, somehow they decided having a bird journal named after a bird was not appropriate, because, you know, if I want to get my tenure and I publish in something called the Auk, well, that sounds kind of silly. But if I publish in ornithology, that's going to get me my tenure. So they've changed their name, as has the Condor, to Ornithological Applications. And of course, a huge change has been the online availability, not only of these journals, but many, many other publications and even books, which has really changed the way people do research. I would add that I think a constant for roughly the last 50 to 52 years, 51 years, has been Western birds, although it was, of course, called California birds at the start. Still publishing away, still under the leadership of its second editor after Alan Craig. We have Phil Unit, still going strong. And I assume a great many of you, if not all of you, are members of WFO and read Western Birds. So in a lot of ways, Western Birds is publishing the sort of stuff that journals like the Condor were publishing in the 60s and back earlier through the 1900s, sort of descriptive field-based ornithology, which is hard to get published now in the bigger high impact journal. So it serves a really important function. So again, as I hinted before, there's much more of a gravitation toward applied ornithology and conservation biology. If you're going to do ornithological work or any kind of biological work, how does that impact conservation? How does it help biodiversity and so on? So you see that throughout the ornithological literature, and of course throughout these really important community science and birder-driven projects like the breeding bird atlases, which of course Sacramento now with its second one to compare to the first is a model for that sort of thing. I came up with another talk a few years ago speaking of eBird, as we did earlier, saying, is eBird killing natural history? So this is a part of my talk where I start getting a little bit grumpy, so I apologize in advance for that. But eBird has taken over the birding world. Everybody uses it. But are there upsides, and are there, certainly there's an upside in that, but are there downsides as well? And so basically what we seem to be doing nowadays is, on the left here, you see what you get from eBird. You get zillions of data points, this species at this locality on this day. But so you get the breadth of data, but what you don't get is the depth of data. So on the right is just a page from Joseph Grinnell's field notes, where he might write pages and pages about a given site, about a given species, the habitat, things he noticed. So we've kind of gone from really intensively looking from a handful of naturalists in their field notebooks with tremendous amount of data and insight into saying, well, let's just create as many data points as we can by putting things into eBird and other databases. And then with our sophisticated smoothing techniques and statistical techniques and so on, we can create all sorts of interesting products from these data points. But you don't get the depth. You don't understand, what part of the trunks and branches of the tree did this species use for feeding and so on. So I kind of whimsically call this the Grinnell versus Cornell project or problem, with Grinnell representing the depth and the insight with field notes, and Cornell, sorry, John Fitzpatrick, but I had to get somebody to represent it, representing the abundance of data points, but much less depth. Now, of course, Grinnell would have been the first to say, God, if we can have all these point data from eBird, that would be fantastic. And certainly Fitz would say, yes, the naturalists who wrote down and recorded all this in-depth natural history data are absolutely fundamental. So it's not really a heavyweight fight, but I like to at least look at the dichotomy, or at least the extremes of how we gather data, how we record natural history by creating this pugilism here. So being old, I take this thing called a field notebook into the field with me, and of this thing called a pen, which when you stick it on the paper actually records letters and drawings and things like that. And I find it really, really helpful because this is just not a especially good representation of that, but you can record little notes and little drawings. You can do all these things that are much harder to do on a smartphone in the field. And of course, many people who use eBird then go to their computers and the website and add a lot more thoughtful information to their checklist. But I would say the vast majority do not. So it's simply a list of species and numbers on a date and at a place. And in fact, disappointingly, the vast majority of eBird users don't even use the comment section to record, for example, have information about the habitat, the weather conditions, who was with them, anything of interest they noted. That section is there. You can write and write and write in that, and nobody does it because it seems like just having the bird data, the point data, is all that anyone cares about. And this is, I think, increased with the mobile eBird apps because it's so hard to do anything but just punch in a number. But if you use those apps, then go back to the website. Please add some value-added natural history information, which would really benefit everybody. So I don't know, in some ways, have we gone backwards? Are we not taking the kinds of notes that we used to take? But of course, the other thing to consider is 50 years ago, somebody might have taken good notes, but whatever happens to those notes and whoever sees them. So at least today we're sharing everything. I think because it's so easy to photograph birds, a lot of birders now have not really learned the art of writing descriptions and information that's helpful on how identifications were made, what you use to make these identifications, comparisons with other species, and so on. In other words, things that don't show up in the photos or the audio recordings. So when you're reviewing eBird sightings, you just keep thinking, gee, if this person would only have written something about, the bill size or the behavior or the wing flicking or whatever, but so often it's just a photograph. So please augment the photos with a little bit of writing. And then, of course, another thing is how do you look at the older literature? Pretty much you do a Google search, and if it doesn't show up at the top, does it even exist? So I think just keeping in mind there's a hell of a lot of information that was developed, 40, 50, 60, even 100, even more years ago that's there, and you got to dig to find it. So just sort of getting close to wrapping up here. Certainly a lot of great things are happening, and increasingly. There's been an incredible rise in young birders who are talented, dedicated, and groups like the Central Valley Bird Club, as well as WFO, LA Birders, a lot of Audubon chapters, Pasadena, and many, many others have been developing very young birders. And it feeds on itself, because the more young birders you develop, the more young birders, other young birders, the young birders have to associate with and learn from and identify with, and so on. And you could certainly extend that not only to young birders, but birders from lots and lots of underrepresented groups. So the more we can bring into the fold, the more that others will want to join the fold, because they see people like them involved with birding and ornithology. So just, if you're a younger birder, fantastic. Just don't forget the groundwork that's been laid by previous generations of birders, both in publications and in the development of knowledge. The information that you may take for granted now that might be in distributional books and field guides and so on was not always there. And in fact, a great deal of it wasn't even there 50 years ago when I started birding. So I want to look forward just a little bit. Just 50 years from now, we'll be celebrating the 75th annual Central Valley Bird Club Symposium. I didn't really check the dates. I hope those are the right days of the week. But in 2071, I hope to join you there, but I somehow doubt I'll be there. But anyway, I just got to thinking, well, we've talked about the last 50 years. What might happen in the next 50 years? And it's both intriguing and really very scary to think about. So maybe you can all think about that a little bit. So some of these, it occurred to me that birders who are, teenagers today might be the ones to give a 50-year retrospective talk at the 2071 Central Valley Birding Symposium. So, whether it's Andrew Floyd there, or Laura Tsang up on the top, or Desi Seaberth on the bottom, or any one of many, many dozens of other really talented young birders. I hope they will give their perspective to the changes they have seen, but we probably can't conceive of a lot of those changes now. So, what are we going to have? We can kind of get into what seems like science fiction, or is it? I mean, will somebody develop DNA barcode tricorders? So you just point it at a bird, you get a DNA readout, and the barcode will tell you what it is. Or I think the extreme would be, will somebody figure out a way to actually insert into the genetic material of birds technology for tracking, so we know where every bird is at all times? I don't know what this database would be known, but I'm wondering maybe it'd be MetaBird. So who knows? Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I was in a weird mood when I thought of this stuff, but we just don't know what the future will bring. So, will there be a Stockton 50 years from now? Will there be any birds? And then a really important question is, what will our audience look like? Not only in 2071, but 5 years from now, 10 years from now, will it better represent the diversity of humans that live in the Central Valley, that live in California, that live in the world? And what will the research talks be about in 50 years from now? I don't know. I can't answer that. I have no idea, but it's something to think about. So I see two possible research talks that might be given 50 years from now. I don't know who will give this, but the talk is called "The DNA Tricorder Array Fails to Detect Any Surviving Yellow-billed Magpies." So I guess if you set up these tricorders and they don't detect any, it means the yellow-billed magpie can be pronounced extinct. Or maybe the talk will be this: the spectacular recovery of the yellow-billed magpie, 50 years of successful habitat management, more turf, more running water, less West Nile virus, whatever they need. So think about these possibilities and do everything you can maybe to work toward that more optimistic scenario for the future. And those are my retrospective recollections and thoughts on how things have changed in the last 50 years. I don't know if we have any possibility of a little back and forth or answering questions, but I'm happy to do it. And I'm, again, just delighted and honored to have been invited to give this talk. And I hope it's given you something to think about. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Kimball. I am looking in the questions to see if we've got any questions coming through. Unfortunately, I don't see many questions in here. All the questions are from the last talk. So if you people have some questions, please put them into the Q&A. I'm sure that Kimball would be happy to answer them.
I'd be happy to, but maybe I answered every conceivable question you might have had, or maybe everybody's asleep. I don't know.
I don't think they'd be asleep. That was a wonderful talk.
That was great, Kimball. I was trying to think if I have any questions. I don't. It's just that was very, very well done. Very thought-provoking, as always. I share so many of your views, and so that, again, I appreciate it a lot. I am one like you. We've communicated about this a little bit over, the past couple of years. I am right there with you with sometimes a lack of depth of natural history comments on eBird, which is, I mean, I love eBird and its ability as a recording device, but at the same time, I always, I guess I'm old-fashioned and old school like you. It lacks for a lot of the natural history comments. And I find myself even falling victim to that because of the way the whole format is set up. It's not easy to do it. It's so much easier for me to put stuff down when I'm actually have a pencil and pad in front of me. So I appreciate your comments on that. And who's this?
Oh, that's Pip. Say hi,
Who?
Pip.
Hi, Pip. What? I kind of recognize the breed. What's the breed of your dog?
Oh, she's a border collie, but she's insane.
Yeah. We have a dear friend that loves border collies, and aren't they all insane?
Pretty much. And they're also smarter than we are, which is scary.
Yes, way smarter.
I see a couple questions in the Q&A and chat. Do you want me to go ahead and just talk about them, or do we have time?
Yes, we have time. Go for it. We got, yeah, you got time. Okay,
and in the chat there was a couple of questions. One was about the deployment of trail cams and my thoughts on those. And I think they're great. They're used very much in biological research. I don't know that there's any downside to it. So that's just another technological advance that I kind of forgot to mention. What do you think about finding migration study sites like Bear Divide? Well, I think it's great those have been found, and there are probably many more Bear Divides in the western San Gabriel Mountains in LA County. And these are things, you would have thought 30 years ago we would have found all these places, but we're still learning all that kind of stuff all the time. Kath Ann asks, is it 3D imaging at the Moore Lab at Occidental College available to the public online? Yeah, look at the Moore Laboratory of Zoology website, and they have at least some examples there. I don't know if they have their entire database available, but you can certainly get an idea for what it looks like when you go online. Christy asks, what are your birding goals for this coming year? Oh gosh, I mean, I guess to go birding would be a nice change. I'm not doing a lot of that, but I certainly don't intend to stop and would like to do a lot of, I like kind of focused birding with a goal. We may be starting a trial winter bird atlas in LA County to get ready for maybe redoing the breeding bird atlas and adding a winter atlas a couple of years from now, so I could see doing that kind of stuff. John Dunn asks, tell us about Marianne and Leonard. Oh gosh. Well, Leonard's doing fine. Marianne's gone to a different sheep ranch. She's going off to Texas, I hate to say. but they're doing just fine. So I knew John would ask a Leonard Cohen related question. Am I missing some? Oh, here's a. Have I missed it? But can you comment on the status of yellow-billed cuckoos in California? Well, it's more dire than yellow-billed magpies, that's for sure. There's still a few breeding pairs on the lower Colorado River, including encouragingly several pairs on restored riparian woodland near Palo Verde. But you guys would know better than I, but I gather the Sacramento Valley population is basically gone. So they're in big trouble. And here's an important question. I can't believe I gave this retrospective talk about 50 plus years and didn't even mention the name Guy McCaskey. He's been one of the real constants, of course, still going strong, birding the Salton Sea once or twice a week, and San Diego still writing the Southern California NAB reports and so on. So Guy, of course, was an impetus for the California Bird Field Ornithologist Bird Records Committee, and it's just wonderful that he's been such a constant over these several decades, and he's just been, an incredible asset to California ornithology. So sorry for not having brought that up. Here's a question. What are your thoughts of the use of Merlin for sound and sighting IDs? Is this an adults only meeting, or what kind of language can I use here? No, as an eBird reviewer, my thoughts are I wish it would go away. But I understand a lot of people use it. I understand it's going to get better and better. But right now, if I see a record that just says Merlin says it was a so-and-so, I don't need to look anymore. I just basically reject it unless they have a recording that they can add that would allow us to actually analyze it. But maybe it's my old age again, but I just don't like these easy little apps. The ease of entering data in eBird, I think it'd be much better if you sat down at your keyboard and actually wrote something useful. And a lot of these apps, which are, they're getting better, but they're not there, and they're creating a lot of problems, and a lot of birders have come to depend on them, and they need to know their limitations, at least currently their limitations. Here's a question about commenting on the increased knowledge of migration. Well, certainly we talked a little bit earlier, as you saw in the talk on blue-winged teal, and also on the grackles, the ability to monitor the movements of individual birds through technology has vastly increased, and you can put transponders and things that are getting smaller all the time, so you can put them on smaller birds. Studying bird migration at night with sophisticated radar and so on has become, much more sophisticated. So our knowledge of migration is, increasing all the time as technology increases. And one of the reasons that's important is the timing of migration, studying that and how it might change or might not change with climate change and the differing sort of new phenologies of bird resources. And understanding how much of a mismatch there might be between bird migrations and their resources as the climate changes is a huge area of research. And so it's important to have good ways of studying that. I don't know, should I keep going, or are we running out of time?
I think that we are at 6:45. That is the time that we were going to end. So if you wanted to take one more, I don't think it would bother anyone.
The last question I see here in the chat is, how did you become a birder as a child, ? Well, like I said, I've been a birder for well over 50 years, so I'm not 90, so I guess I was a child. But I just got interested in birds when I was really, really young. But it wasn't until I was probably about 12 or 13 that the concept of kind of birding and going other areas and seeing other birds, and that there were other bird watchers, started to dawn on me. And then when I met John Dunn in the late 60s, I saw what a hardcore birder was like, and I guess that changed my view quite a bit. So yeah, but I did start young. That's true. And thank you everybody for your attention. Thanks to the organizers for inviting me and for putting on such a great conference.
Thank you, Kimball. Appreciate you a lot. Love to you and Kathy, and have a wonderful holiday. That is it. We are concluding our 25th Central Valley Birding Symposium virtually. Thanks to all of you for tuning in. I do believe that this event will be available as a recording, sometime in the next couple of days or so. I know there's some editing that needs to be done, which I think Jen Hodge will do. And then it'll be available in that format as well. Want to give a special thanks for those, again, that spoke to us today and did so much work. Thanks again, Kimball, my dear friend Keith Hansen, Dan Airola. Thank you, Dan, and also all of your researchers. Thanks to Paul and Rich and Ed and the panelists. Thank you for the wonderful ID panel that we had. And thank you, all of you, for your support, your continued support during this time. All of you that have just in any way supported the Bird Club and the symposium, and pretty much any kind of bird-related organization during this time, your local Audubon chapter doing Christmas bird counts. It's so important because things are falling off. It's difficult times, but I do know that right now birding just fulfills such a big need. It gets us together, it gets us together outside. We're learning how to actually do all of this even during times of real extreme hardships. So continue to do it. Thanks again for your support. Happy Thanksgiving and best wishes and love to all of you. Bye-bye now. Yay!
Take it real.